Deltarune tomorrow. Deltarune today. Custody file. Be my... Back to trying to finish the aborted weird route file. Is that your humble service? Everyone else left me in the dust. Or was the dust left in me? I know one of these stars can fall off the wall, but I've never had it happen on a playthrough. I don't know if I have to stay here for a certain amount of time or what. Oh, you and your dramatic lighting. Real drama happens backstage. Cats are deciding to hang out on the keyboard, so see how well that works out for her. Real fun. Alright. Time to struggle at ERAM for a while. Hello, cactus. Oh, the board 3 we never got. One day. Director's cut, I believe. Always interesting to me that... Sorry, Chris. You can only kill the cactus after you kill those two. It's happening in 5 hours technically. 8 a.m. my time, 10 p.m. Or 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So yeah, about 5 hours for now. I think we are connected. Into the manhole. My cat wants to lay behind my keyboard. Hold up. Make space for you, honey. There you go. Watch me struggle with this. I'm still not very good at these backroom games. Even though I've now beaten them multiple times. Yeah, I get the feeling there's gonna be multiple Dark Worlds in Chapter 5. Although maybe it'll be like a town-encompassing Dark World. There we go. I do get the feeling that Asgore will open one. A little ominous. Yeah, I do think that it for sure is gonna be like either a festival Dark World or like it'll be like a somewhat town encompassing Dark World, and the festival will be included. Okay, that is... oh yeah. Yellow lizards that suspiciously self-terminate when the fish monster dies. Okay. I need the Asgore room. Up one or down one? I need a mini map. I guess the question is, will we see all the Lightners, like all of them in the Dark World, or... try that again. I'm a little tired. Might be why Chapter 5 took so long, though, is if there's a lot of new sprites. Because, yeah, I'm not very good at this, this section of the game. I am now more I can beat the knight more consistently than I can, like, make sure I get through this section without, like, dying 7 times or so. Which feels a little silly. It's interesting that, the cats don't give me too much issue. did have quite the flashback with this one because it does feel very Legend of Zelda-y. All the trackers. Oh yeah, the spoilers. I get the feeling that the tracks, not necessarily that the titles will all be spoilers, but that like they'll have a lot of leitmotifs in them. Usually don't have that much trouble with this room. Okay. Usually don't have this much trouble with this room. I'm going to blame sleep deprivation. Freedom motif. It'd be really funny if I love that like freedom motif is just a pure fandom title name. There we go. Like I wonder if Toby will ever be like, yeah, I intended that to be the freedom motif, or if he'll like keep that pretty discreet, because I'm pretty sure the freedom motif has like Gaster's theme in it. At least by the one little Andrew Cunningham video. Here we go. What do I think of the theory that Papyrus is the warrior from the pizzeria? I don't know. I don't know why Sans would have said that he comes home around the same time your brother does if he was just at work, you know? Maybe Sans is fucking around. That is a very Sans thing to do, but... Okay. Doing a little better this time. No, it was it end of chapter 2? Yeah, I think it was end of chapter 2. He said maybe around the time your brother comes home, like very specifically, which I don't know why he knows that, but you know. Let me check the dialogue dump actually real quick, like how he specifically said it. Um, Yeah, it was. I'm sure you'll meet him. Yeah, it's a looks like you won't be able to meet him today. Yeah, it's a bummer when things don't work out. Sorry about that. I'm sure you'll meet him someday. Maybe around when your brother comes home. That is chapter 2, I believe. Unfortunately, the dialogue dump does not give you like further context or even labels them by characters, but you know. See you later. Hi, Tana. Time for your angsty speech. Only he hadn't abandoned me. And I wonder if there was anything you did that might have caused that, Tana. It's interesting because this seems to be him talking to himself. And even in this situation he can't really acknowledge what he's done. Everything I had. Yeah, that's a good question. I actually I had that question. Is Tenna like actually there playing or does Tenna have just some sort of like mental control over the like little Tenna sprites in the game? I think it's implied through other texts that um others his employees also sometimes play them. I think in the cut content. But this one it's like it's definitely him. So it's like is it a piece of his subconscious or is he actually just literally on the other side of the screen with a controller? Consistent labeling of Spamton as a freak, even by people that knew him in Big Shot era, which I hold to the theory that Spamton was always a little weirdo, no matter the era. um, yeah, I think I'm gonna guess that the turned pale was just a like is just the sort of figure of speech, you know. Or it could mean that he actually did have the little blushy marks he kind of looks like he has in his portrait, you know? Like before they were like puppet blush marks. Aren't gonna turn me off again, are you? Well, if I could get past you, Tenna, without stabbing your little sprite, I would, but alright, time to suffer with Eram. I'm still pretty bad at Eram. Sorry, Chris. We have to do this. Alright. Okay, so that answers what my First question. I was wondering if you did an aborted weird route, would ERAM notice? Like, would they mention like, oh, the same part of you that enjoyed yesterday? But no, it is only a completed weird route. You can have the thorn ring just fine. All right. I will probably be here a while. I'm not very good at ERAM. I think the last time took me about 8 tries. I might be worse at the moment because I'm a little tired, but we'll see. Alright, third try. What's a good start? Oh, don't worry, I won't be giving up unless I manage to suck at this so bad that it takes until the Nintendo Direct, but what? Death 4? Death 4. You want something funny, actually. Oh yeah, you can see I have the thorn ring. That was it's just kind of funny just having that in your inventory. Um, Something I find interesting is the odd controller is described as an ugly pink and like the buttons are described as an ugly pink and yellow, but Spampton you know, the deal maker is described as fashionable pink and yellow glasses. Just in case you were wondering if Toby had favorites. I should have gotten that candy. Alright. Not a single candy. Sometimes friend likes me and sometimes they don't. Yeah, okay. Pretty close. Yeah, control Spamton's less fashionable brother. That reminds me of the what was it the Slender Man trend for a while that was like his gay fashionable brother or something, Trender Man. That's an old Tumblr thing. There we go. Okay, that was less times than last time, actually. I'll give myself that. Deltarune tomorrow? Well, Deltarune in a couple hours, actually. Alright. Hopefully Deltarune today. Anyway. Got you. Hi, Susie. If you only knew the horrors. Pettiest reason anyone has ever tried to summon a demon. My guess would be like some sort of high school drama. I don't know. That's it. Yeah, Ram is just missing. Also, the dramatic lighting is gone. Actually, it should be. I think the dust bunny gives like an indicator that Ram got like abducted. Yeah. I was so scared I couldn't move. Ram was. I don't know who abducted. Like, I mean, my only guess is like friend because the vending machine. Oh, it did fall. That's the first time I've had that happen. Ah, yeah, because the smile option is gone as sold out. Even if you didn't buy it at this point. So friend is no longer in the vending machine. Just so happens to coincide with Ram disappearing. So that's interesting. But the star fell. Nice. So wept the fallen star, and of course Spampton is also a fallen star, which little hey every going in the background. I think that's the first time I've had that happen while playing. Oh, it also makes a slime noise. Yeah, I just realized it makes a slime noise when it falls, like that little squelch noise. And that same like squelch noise actually plays in the Undertale anniversary when they pull that slime off the TV after the Spampton incident. It's the same noise. That's funny. Hello. Can't believe Ralsei is British. I was not very chuffed, huh? Yeah, Ram was replaced by vending machines. Alright, let us... Alright, let's swap some stuff out here. I think 3 revivements is enough. See if we can get like just like 3 TV dinners maybe. Okay. Do I have all the updated date items? And have I been the one? I'm pretty sure. Well, if we were to talk about everything being Spamtenna, I mean, I'm pretty sure these two are like a parallel to them as well. You know, the taller TV darkener who makes friends with the shorter, scammer, darkener who's not supposed to be there, and thinks he should have been the one to turn to stone. Yeah, the Pippins have quite a few similarities with Spamton. Oh, did I get everybody? Yeah. So Tenna shouldn't die. Basically, the only thing that I'm very curious what this town will look like when Oh yeah, that So I've almost finished all my saves, right? So my first save is like I've completed everything pacifist route. My second save is the aborted weird route, which I have to finish chapter 4. I have to finish chapter 4 with that one. Custard is just where I took custody of the Peepus. I basically just started from chapter 3, so I wouldn't have Spamton on me, and I managed to get the Peepus. And I have both it and Spamton in my inventory because you can just pull Spamton out of the wall on different saves. So I don't know if that'll actually do anything, but it would be very funny. Yes, yeah. Unbeknownst to all of us, I'll actually get the secret Peepus hatches faster with Spamton in your inventory ending. Yeah, I took custody back. Poor sad Tenna. Where his voice drops like 2 octaves. Who are you, Point Panzer? It's a good song, man. Ooh. Russian juice. I cut fine. What's your CRT asking for a walk? Neo shows, Neo programs. Oh, Tenna, who told you that word? You know, funnily, the game that's cut content, but the game actually originally told you that you could just bash buttons during the rhythm game. Hi, Rosa. There's TV time. Let me turn it up. Actually, sometimes it is. One sec. Gotta do the stupid mini game. I will say the shooting one's my least favorite. Hold on. Let me check my audio here. I'll turn them both up. That a little better? This attack. I think Toby knew some people sucked at rhythm games and were just like, yeah, you can button mash if you want. They don't need to throw me away. Lose my shit. It's so funny that you can just button mash. I mean, I guess it tracks that you can cheat in both Tenna and Spamton's boss battles. And everyone can get shot. Better, I swear I'm better. was not that much better. That's because they're counterparts. Grand finale. There we go. I love that, like, if you're not even, like, attacking him, he is just kind of letting you win. Stops on channel 66. Which could mean nothing. Oh, he's so small. Time for the, where I'll say anti-encouragement speech. We aren't real. It doesn't matter. Just die. It's like, good lord, Ralsei. Real is a matter of perspective. Pretty sure Tenna took his nose from Spamton because Spamton at one point in the sweepstakes says that he had his nose metaphorically ripped off. So that does imply that, yeah, Tenna took it from him. I do wonder what's up with Susie's parents. Maybe we'll get an answer in Chapter 5. Yeah, foster care might make sense. should just put the hope meter on stream at some point during the direct. We're hoping it has Deltarune. I mean, at this point, like, Undertale is literally on sale, so I'm gonna turn Deltarune down a little bit. Yeah, hope alarm. It's gonna be a long direct, I hear, too, like 50 minutes or something. Hello. Time for tennis smiting. Sorry, buddy. I think I forgot to put the Shadow Mantle on. That's not good. Maybe we'll get to see 2 Tenna battles because I'm a fool. I was distracted. Definite not baseball bat. Yeah, I forgot. Oops. I think this one's a little bit of a doomed one. I was distracted talking to people. We'll have to do the Tenna fight again. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's Clover. Oops. I have done this a couple times, so even though I kind of messed up, I still get pretty far. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, I think I'm doomed here. Alright, redoing the tenna fight. Hi, caster. I do like when I still get far enough, even if I forgot to equip the Shadow Mantle because I was distracted. I still get the caster text. I would rather give myself hang on, give me a sec. Let's reopen that. There we go. Alright. We'll redo the Tenna battle. Double check everything. Alright, Tenna fight round 2. It's always good practice anyway. I do like that he tries to, like, dance over. Sorry, Tenna, we already heard your sadness. I'm usually a night shifter anyway, so this isn't too bad, but, 8 a.m. is definitely a little later than I usually stay up on the weekend, so this is helpful. I love him sliding off screen, it's great. Come on. Alright, read this one more time. Got multiple Australians in my chat. It's a fun fight, even if I'm not the best at it. A lot better at Spamton's fight and Jevils at this point. Jevils only took me like one try this go around. Or maybe 2 tries on this save, but 1 try last time I did it. Kind of shooting at you with a gun. I was happy when when TV Time actually surpassed Black Knife. It's like, oh, he beat the knight in view count at least. Worse this time for some reason. Thank you, Rosa. I will remember this time. Just gonna heal up a little bit here. Hello. There we go. Go back and save this time. Or else I just shrivel up and die. Speech, disease, recovery. The interesting thing about that line is that it's different if you did the sword route where he changes it to you wanted to have fun too, didn't you? Isn't that a little bit YU? Alright, time to go back and get full health. Alright, there we go. Alright. Cool. Oh yeah, I have beat the night several times. I'm not like a master at it, but happy pride. The endless timelines where Tenna gets cleaved. Yeah, I think chapter 1 being a shadow drop was the only time it was gonna happen. wasn't great. Darn it. Alright. Rather than last time, though. We always have to get the aura farming scream in. It's funny because I've beat the night several times, but I never feel like it every time I I redo it. Yeah, I think this one's I'm just gonna lose this one on purpose. Didn't do too well in the first couple rounds. Alright, Gaster, you don't gotta give me the old talk. The last couple times I beat the knight, it's pretty much worked out with me keeping these guys up. 3 hours. It's with it. I am not quite as skilled enough to be without the mantle. Though maybe I'll try practicing that sometime. Okay. There we go. We're good. Was that 4? 4 or 5? Something like that. I will have 3 save files. With this one, I now have 3 save files where I have beaten the night. Yeah. Alright, Susie, don't gloat. Little do you know, there's a insta one-shot kill that's kind of cheating. I watched a friend play Genocide, so I can't, like, necessarily speak to whether the Knight or Sans is harder. Honestly, with how much slower the heart is in Undertale, I'm tempted to say Sans is harder, but... Yeah, because the Knight is, especially because you get the bonus, like, heart movement on the Knight. With the hold breath. I do love that Undyne apparently just naturally understands how to use spears, like magical spears in the Dark World. Oh, don't forget my little luck shard. Yeah, I do wonder about magic here with it, because I know we know humans like may have used up all their magic in Undertale by the anniversary dialogue, but like yeah, it's strange here with monsters. I guess the joke was like the oh Deltarune's the inverse where monsters are above ground and humans were locked away, and Chris is just like an escapee. 3 hours. Susie, I will say Susie does just go like, don't know where I got an axe from, but that's cool. Like, just kind of rolls with it. I'm very glad that we didn't cut off at chapter 3, because yeah, everybody would have been like, all right, next chapter is going to be in the shelter, and then it just isn't. I do feel like there's going to be. I don't think the answer to this is just, oh, we sealed the Dark Worlds and we forget that the objects ever had personalities or lives. That feels a little too nihilistic for Toby Fox, especially after introducing us to a bunch of characters he spent like a decade developing. I appreciate having the Spamton on my stream. He's dancing to the end credits. Alright. We'll get some chapter 4 done here. This is actually what I was most interested in, because almost everybody I've noticed has been like here we go. Yeah, it also implies that like the dark worlds are like a natural development, because like in that one prophecy panel is like a world vast in purest light, beneath it grew eternal night. So like darkness just kind of naturally exists under the light world. And we have a not dead Tenna. I was startled when I learned that like Tenna could like when I learned Tenna could die, because I just didn't have that on any of my saves. And then I saw somebody with like, oh, the TV is broken, and it's like, oh dear. They're both doomed in some sense, in one universe or another. Well, Spamton used to send Noelle emails by the okay. I know the Spamton sweepstakes aren't canon or whatever, but like Toby treats them like they're hinting at canon, because we keep having things from the sweepstakes, appearing in the game, and the game like acts like that background makes sense. So, I mean, by that, if it's ever implied in the game, like Spamton sent Noelle emails, was it Hochi Mamas can get? Yeah, Toby said that they weren't. So Toby said that they weren't canon, or like only or that he said that he considers only things in the game canon. But that doesn't quite work for the sweepstakes, because we keep having things that appear in the sweepstakes that appear in the game. Like, like, Tenna's name we learned straight from the sweepstakes, and it's like, okay, well, Tenna's name is canon. So it's more, I think that's Toby's out if something differs from the sweepstakes. Yeah, they're like extra information. That's how I describe it. But yeah, no, in the sweepstakes, like, Spamton straight up sends Noelle. Yeah, Spamton straight up sends Noelle emails outside of being in a dark fountain, which, like, Hochi Mamas can get big too, and then Noelle responded to his emails. Like, I think that's something that happened. But that implies that Spamton is fully conscious, outside of a dark fountain. I will say, yeah, the Tenna to Metaton thing, it's like, is that going to be the only path? Because, yeah, Noelle mentions, like, Birdley said that she should be able to get a CRT. It's like, and not everybody, and yeah, not everybody who's played Deltarune is gonna be like immediately know that's Metaton or give it to him. So I don't think it's gonna be like as simple as, oh, you didn't give him to Metaton, bad things will happen. Well, Ralsei specifically said that they aren't real, they're a fantasy. And it's like, well, Ralsei, if a fantasy can end the world, it kind of goes past of yeah. I'm gonna get the Susie prize. do love that Sham is on Azrael's wallpaper. Yeah, there's gonna be something else for... There's gonna be something else for Tenna that's not... Like, I don't think that Toby would show that newsletter, like, scene, without knowing that that would cause more people to keep Tenna to see more scenes, right? And I don't think that's gonna be, like, a punishment thing where, like, oh, haha, you fell for it, you saw that there were more scenes, and so you kept Tenna, and ergo, it's gonna be all terrible, you know, like... I think it's gonna be a little more complex than that. Thank you for saving Tenna, Susie. At least we get the free milk. Well, I suppose we don't know that yet, actually, with the healing thing. Because Birdley's arm gets busted, like, fried in Chapter 2, and, like, for some reason we don't heal him, like, we don't have Ralsei heal him or anything. His arm's just, you know, now busted, and he's in the hospital if you hit him with violence even once in Chapter 2. Well, we don't know if it... Do we know if it works if you got injured in the light world? We all hate him, so nobody heals him. She does suggest it. It's just like the question is, would it work? Maybe. If it does, that would be interesting for Rudy's sake, possibly. How do we know it works for light world injuries? I guess we have Chris's because Chris can hurt the soul when they throw a hockey puck at it, so you can heal it later with stuff in the dark world. Although that is throwing something directly at the soul, so maybe that's a little different. I think because Undertale was on sale during because Undertale's on sale now, like, that's a strong hint. Hanging sermon, my man. Yeah, like, so Undertale's on sale. They just re-released the Mike merch. So, you know, it would be... It seems hinting towards it at this point. And the juice. My boyfriend loves the juice. Toby's honestly, like, overall been, like, more, like, silent for, like, yeah, almost 2 months. Like, his blue sky's been pretty dead, too. Aside from the one translation thing. Susie will not be tamed. thought he posted about a chair on Blue Sky. I don't know about a toaster. Well, we know that the dark. I think the first hint we got solidly that the dark world like definitely affects the light world is Spamton's fight, the Neo fight, like blue screening that one computer, which is like, yeah, it only happens if you fight him and that one computer like crashes. So very obviously, darkness can at least have some physical effect on on the machinery in the light world, or at least code. We'll sing swears. I get the feeling the Shadow Crystal's not going to, maybe change the outcome of the ending too much. Considering, like, the difficulty scale. But I do feel like it'll, like, unearth more details of the story that we want to know. Someone who goes to church who knows the mayor, who also has something to do with the cops. Who the hell could that be? I wonder if it's Asgore. It's not that Shadow Crystals don't do anything, I just don't think that they'll, like, massively change the ending, because I feel like, Toby doesn't usually like locking his endings behind, like, an advanced difficulty scale. Or at least I don't think he would want to do that. Well, the Undertale Genocide doesn't lock behind, like, a true ending. What it does is it locks behind, like, more lore, right? Like, more of the story. I wouldn't say the Undertale Genocide ending is, like, the true ending of Undertale. Which is why it ends up changing a pacifist run. So maybe you can get an alternate path with the Shadow Crystals, but I don't think it would be, yeah, the ending. Yeah, I definitely believe it'll be, like, there'll be a lot more understanding of the story behind Shadow Crystals. Hi, Asgore. love that Asgore just gives you the rejection flowers. What do you want to do? It's the weekend. Yeah, I think Deltarune was. Well, I mean, we know Deltarune was the original game Toby wanted to make, so I think whatever end we've been building towards here will probably be our last, at least full game in this universe. Or multiverse? Who knows? I think locking and ending, it's not so much that, like, that they're that hidden. It's that Toby wants everybody to be able to experience his games. He's very insistent on that. And I don't think he would lock... And Shadow bosses are, by definition, optional, like, difficulty scales. And he knows that some people aren't, like, going to be very good at them. So I don't think he would lock, like, the true ending or anything behind them. Keeping everything at your house for extra security is the worst idea ever, actually. Moved you away from Noelle. I wonder why the water is always lukewarm after, like, the first chapter. Susie is very strong. Just... I just want Spamton to be able to have his own space in Castletown. And he have, like, a side room. Actually, Jevil deserves a merry-go-round, too. Yeah, we don't have a full, it's the, my aborted weird route doesn't have everybody, obviously. Actually, do I have enough people now to have the... Let's see, we'll go left first. I'm curious how it looks with, like, that one section of Darkners missing. That's the same. Interesting. The Addisons are not here. But they still made the man. It doesn't even matter if they have their whole stall set up. They still make the mannequin or the training dummy into Spamton. All right. He still has the Shadow Guy's hat. Okay, so the most different place is here. We're missing the Addisons and then the music store. No, the hacker will not... Yeah, you need to do the check marks for the hacker for him to appear in your town. Tragically. Task manager's just singing by herself up on stage. Alright. Does not become a cat cafe. And of course it's... Actually, it still becomes the Love Dojo. It's interesting. I don't understand... I love boys. Boys are great. That third head who's not into guys. Yeah, the fact that the song in here is the one called TV Romance in the Files, like... Oh, so this is an aborted weird, yeah, this is like, I did basically, like, stopped and I just got the... I just got the thorn ring. So I have it, I just didn't go all the way. What do you say? Oh, still cracked. Okay. Hello. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I think it's the Twisted Sword. Like, the reason I'm doing an aborted weird route is, because I do think that the thing you get is the pure crystal. Yeah, and then you get you have the thorn ring. So I think you're going to have a route where you have an aborted weird route. Like, that sounds so, like, out of the way, but, like, the shadow crystal stuff is already out of the way anyway. But I don't think you get the thorn ring back in the normal weird route. I think whatever you did to Noelle, it seemed rather permanent, but that's just my personal opinion on the matter right now. So it's like the reason I have an aborted weird route is because I wanted to make sure I keep the thorn ring, and then I think the pure crystal will be what you get from having all 5 shadow crystals. Well, I do think the shadow crystal stuff is already very strange. So it wouldn't surprise me if you had to do some, finagling, you know? Yeah, it would be interesting if, like, on a pure pacifist route, you can still get the thorn ring from Spampton, because, like, I mean, technically he still has it, right? Unless he left it in Cyberworld. I can. I get the feeling that Spamton has the Thorn Ring no matter what you do. What does that mean? It's not even one of the better crowns. Interesting. Well, Spamton is, it was like, I think it was inevitable combining like the main boss of a Dark World with like Toby's favorite lore hint character. Well, you might, I don't know about useless to have the Twisted Sword, because like you still have to fight in certain cases, right? Like you have to fight the Titan and the Pacifist. Do I think Deltarune Chapter 5 will be announced at the Nintendo Direct? I think there's a high chance. I think there's a high chance, just because, we've had, like, radio silence from Toby Fox, and, Undertale went on sale recently, which Undertale also went on sale around, like, Chapter 3 and 4, I believe. Or, like, usually the sales, like, coincide with Deltarune promotion. So, like, anyway, but, like, I think the Twisted Sword, like, could have use in a pacifist run if you run into something that, like, needs to be, like, fought still, you know, like the Titan or, like, the Knight. Tenna has like a crazy, like the fact that there's like that many hints at Spamton and Tenna's relationship, like to the point where it's like, oh, in the game files there's a song that's 19 seconds, like the called TV Romance, that's 19 seconds long and 97 beats per minute. It's like, okay, Toby is being really extra. Yes, Chris's room is normally on the left, but when they got fused, I guess Ralph swapped them around for some reason. It is in G. The only reason I don't bring up the G major thing is because, like, there's quite a few songs that Toby has that are in G major, so, like, I don't know if it was necessarily on purpose, but it could have been. A chair. It has not yet been given a name in the list of interesting chair dialogue. I wonder what Queen's room looks like. Yeah, the fact that it's in 97 beats per minute is way more, like, I would say, like, definitely significant, because it's the only song that's 97 beats per minute. Like on the entire soundtrack, it is the only song that is 97 beats per minute, and it's like, okay, Toby. Okay. I think Toby just likes, TV Romance is not a remix. TV Romance is the title of Pushing Buddies in the Files. I think the reason Spamton, in particular, gets so much focus, is because Spamton was made really late. We know that Spamton was made at around 2018. Okay, so Queen still gets her cool robe. Spamton was probably designed around 2018 by that, one of Toby's friends responded to his comment, like, his tweets and said, like, oh, I remember you showing me like drawings of this guy in 2018. So because Spamton was made a lot later than a lot of the other characters, I get the feeling he was kind of slotted in to already existing themes and lore, so that's why he kind of acts as an access point to a lot of that information. Also why Toby likes him so much, among many other reasons. Well, Queen's room is pretty much the same. I did. Yeah, well, we know that, we know the ending was, like, probably, like, a 2011-2012 fever dream. We know that, Tenna was designed in 2015, to specifically be a TV guide that was, like, Metaton. And then, yeah, like, later and we know Jevils, like, before that, too. So, we know, yeah, Spamton was 2018, which makes him feel like he was probably, like, a very later edition character-wise. Thanks, Dana. I trust your judgment, sir. The fact that these two aren't over rules is interesting. To me it makes, like, a lot of sense that Tenna was designed before Spamton, because, like, Spamton's whole deal is, like, Toby Fox exploring the concept of originality. It's like, because Spamton exists 3 layers down, right? First you have Metaton, then Tenna is explicitly based off Metaton, and then you have Spamton, who is, like, designed to reflect, like, be a kind of a similar character, like a purposefully similar character, like a complement. So you're kind of, like, abstracting down from Undertale. Potentially similar character, yep. Who, yeah, I mean, I believe they were designed, like, fully as complements. That's what it's the mutual enhancement. Yeah. 8 a.m. Well, considering I think that Spamton and Tenna purposefully parallel Adam and Eve, it also makes a lot of sense that Spamton was created second, since I think he's the Eve parallel, and Eve was created second in, so. I have a 30-minute long theory video on them paralleling Adam and Eve. Yeah. You can't don't get me started. It's just for, like, a base level, if you pull up Tenna's Christmas tree, Tenna's Christmas tree has apples on it, and apples on Christmas trees used to explicitly represent the forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden, back when we used to celebrate the feast day for Saints Adam and Eve. Where else? You can like things, it's fine. I will say this line, should a Darkner be feeling like this? Top 10 Toby lines that sound like, you know, like like repressed queer people in the closet. Like, is it okay for me to be feeling like this? Yeah, I was also like, oh my god, why are there apples on the Christmas tree? No, you're fine. Alright, so Castletown's a little emptier, but well, I mean, I don't even have to lean that far into it. Toby just constantly references the Bible. um like it makes it really easy, especially when like that so wept the fallen star, like with the bitter tears. That is literally just straight from Revelations. Toby Fox was like, I like this line from Revelations, I'm gonna put it in Deltarune. I just like paraphrasing it. I believe Andrew actually points that out as well in the symbolism video. Yeah, I have seen it. Yeah, Temptation of Michael. Yeah, we're like, Toby Fox parallels two things. Toby Fox parallels Genesis, with the Pluie mini game says bring chosen ones to the Ark, right? And then yeah, and then Revelations with like the fallen star. Maybe I'll do more Bible comparisons. There's quite a few in here at this point. Exclamation point semicolon. I love this Birdley line, like where he's like, haha, alone, a genius alone with the thoughts, being alone, so good. I love characters that are terrible at pretending that they don't care. It's great. Spamton, of course, is also one of these. I would like the mic mini games are hard. I'm not very good at them, so like, why do you say that? This is in like top 10 things in the game that confuse me, or like worry me. Really, just this one suddenly bringing out love. Yeah, okay. Sure, it's fine. You come here a lot for someone who's sick. Love finds its way to the girl. There's probably something symbolic about the colors of flowers that Asgore is bringing Rudy at this point, because the first one was roses, which is very, like, obviously romantic. Do I believe in the hyperlink blocked equals love theory? I think that hyperlink blocked can be more than one word, because, now, I do think that it's love often. I think most of the time it's love, right? But I do think there's a line where it feels like it's also blocking out the word sunshine or sunlight, where Spamton says, like, driving around town while you, like, bathing in acid while you soak in the hyperlink blocked. And soak in the hyperlink blocked, like soak in the love, I guess that could work, but soak in the sunshine sounds a little more correct. But that would make sense, like, it's something else Spamton associates with, like, his ultimate goals for freedom. So, like, it's almost like it blocks things that he wants, you know? Like positive things that he wants to have. Because he wants to be in the sun, under sunlight. Like, he has the sun painted on his shop's back wall. Like, I think it has to do with things explicitly related to freedom that he wants. So he can't have love, he can't have sunlight, or sunshine. God forbid Spamton have his own place in Castletown. Maybe one day. Yeah, I have a lot of my general theory is that like there's got to be like an ending where they both can end up with Metaton because they both have so many crossovers with Metaton that it would feel strange that Spamton's story just ends with and then he tried to take the Neo body and then nothing else happened and there was no other crossover with Metaton. Like that would be odd to me. Stealing $5 so I can have a friendship moment with Susie. Yes, my first save is gonna be having Tenna in Castletown. This save I'm gonna give him to Metaton, so. Purple Sunday. I do not have a complete weird route. I'm suspicious that having a complete weird route will, affect the other saves. Hey, Burger Pants. And your strange getting catfished drama romance with the blue bunny. I get the feeling that would be closer to the end. Maybe 6? Oh, it could be 5, though. Either end of 5 or 6 would be my guess for Chris losing the hand. Oh, I think we're gonna have to get stuff relating to Sans, because, like, you know, something's going on with Sans. Sans in Undertale does not feel like he's from Undertale. I do think we'll see Jack and Scene at the festival. I don't. Here's the thing. I don't think there's any such thing as Toby treating like a character like a gag character forever. I think Spamton came off to a lot of people like a gag character until he got all his tragic like dialogue in the weird route when it dropped, and it's like, oh, yeah, I don't think Toby does pure gag, especially not with the place where it rained playing in the background at the end of this chapter. You can have Tenna in this save file. I think that the original Starwalker is actually hinting at something to do with copies. There's a cage that Chris talks to, and, you know, Chris is the cage, but it says, "Am I the only one? Am I original?" So, like, the original Starwalker is, I think, inevitably, like, reflecting this idea of originals and copies that Toby's got going on throughout this entire game. Oh yeah, a lot of spam. So a lot of people think Spamton's dialogue is just like goofy and memey. A lot of his dialogue is actually tragic if you actually like sit there and look at it or think about it. But I know a lot of people struggle with him. And Onion Son is gone. Sure, that's fine. The Weird Route I love Spamton's Weird Route dialogue so much. Like, it took him, because he was already, like, tragic, and it took him from, like, tragic to, like, oh, no. You're like, Pain the character. And a reflection of how people in pain can end up, like, creating cycles that hurt others. Which invariably hurts himself, because he is better than dead in that route. Yeah, his boss fight dialogue where he talks about that final monologue where he's like, you know, go ahead, scream into the receiver until you realize you are, like, the voice runs out eventually, your voice, their voice, until you realize that you are all alone. Yeah, that's presented to you by Toby Fox. Just the concept of screaming until your voice runs out, you know? Which, he sure does. I have Spamton's, like, Weird Route dialogue. I have a lot of Spamton's dialogue memorized. That's probably not surprising coming from me. I'm mostly a theory poster, yeah. No one really plays it anymore. Not ever since Chris stopped coming around. I'm sad there's no description for this, painting of the town in the background here. Spamton can't ever get too close to the sun. He's stuck in the dark beneath. There's a heck of a SpongeBob reference in this chapter as well with Gerson. Great hiding place. I like this a lot because it also confirmed. Oh, so when Gerson, like, when you look at Gerson's letter, Susie's like, you've only written the word the, like the one SpongeBob thing where he starts his little boating essay and he only writes the word the. And it's really fancy, but he doesn't get any further. But I like these small, like the worn out, tattered wings because Spamton in the sweepstakes calls Noelle the angel with tattered wings. So Spamton also knows that Noelle's little angel wings are tattered. The skateboard game. Cat headers. It's gonna be so funny if Friend did in fact come from, like, there's lots of things around it, but it would be very funny if Friend did come from cat headers and, like, Noelle just accidentally created an eldritch monstrosity. Oh yeah, this one's a fun one too, actually. My mom just loves red heart-shaped objects, so out of all people in the game, there are only two people that use the phrase heart-shaped object. It is Spamton and Noelle here in this random little dialogue. Because she doesn't just say hearts, she just says heart-shaped objects, and it's like, oh, I wonder where Spamton got that from. Probably from reading Noelle's blog. The study session. Yeah, I imagine Chapter 5 is going to have a pretty lengthy Light World session as well. The only reason I think Spamton got it from Noelle is because Spamton's heart-shaped object is in brackets, which Spamton's brackets are usually pulled from other sources. We learned that during the fan gamer Q&A for him. If it wasn't in brackets, I would say, but like the brackets makes me feel like it's pulling from her blog because he also pulls from her blog in the sweepstakes. Or it was during a Q&A, I think. He says only a complete freak of nature. Which complete freak of nature is pulled from like one of Noelle's little blog entries on a Cat Petter's like whole game system. Spamton is well, I mean, Toby just says like when Toby was describing characters that he wanted, Spamton doesn't tell you, but like he's a spam email. Yeah, so like Toby says like I wanted an annoying spam email, so yeah, Spamton is a spam email. He might be like a spam bot, maybe, but like I think probably literally he is just like the personification of spam email. shake his neck and scream at him. Oh no, well, you already did that, though. I know you think it was a dream, but... I mean, it got thrown under the rug. I've dropped a phone further than this. She's gone yandere for me. Weirdly the weeb. Be the breeze under my wings. Eavesdropping on my sweet cartilaginous inner thoughts. What? Ridley has such an interesting way of speaking. You know what Dominoes means, Chris. You're next. So the printed emails... So I don't think that Spamton is a printed email, only because we can upload Spamton to the disk, and then the Spamton Neophyte causes the computer to blue screen. So, like, I mean, maybe he's, like, changing forms just in the Dark World and, like, became code there, but it seems like he's at least, like, the code of a spam email by the fact that he causes a blue screen crash. Maybe. That's holding a cracked baseball bat. Well, I need to do all caps. But yeah, he's probably... I would guess he's digital. 2 more hours. Hello. I don't stream very often. I mostly just do it when, like, big things happen. I'm mostly a theory poster, so... I mean, my guess would be that it's just on Chris's cell phone. Because Chris does have a smartphone by the description if you interact with the phone at home. I always think about how Des has the Big Bibby poster on her closet. Because last time we saw that was Undertale. Badly traced drawing of dragon. I think it's a lot of fun how, like, immediately people, like, got to overanalyzing, like, every nanometer of Des's room. I think that, I'll be honest, I don't think Carol has, like, vibes of, like, strict on, like, maybe grades and stuff. I think Carol probably overspoils her kids, if I had to guess. Like, the fact that she preserves their snowflakes in bronze, like, it's like letting you have things but wanting to keep them, like, all the same. I get the feeling there's something gonna be, like, there's something wiggy gonna happen with Chapter 7. Because Gerson's, like, the thing Gerson says, like, after Chapter 5, there was only one chapter after that, and after that it all ended. So, like, Chapter 5, I don't know. Like, Chapter 7, it could, like, I don't know, take place in the void, for all I know. Chris being a little... I love how this is, like, Chris just gets lazy with putting the soul away here. Yeah, I would agree with that. Carol doesn't connect to her kid's emotions, but tries to gift give. Yeah, that feels correct to me. I love Chris just drinking chocolate milk here. Theory. What if there's just one person on the phone here, but it's like somebody who is like in like a fusion? It's so it's like it's just strange because Carol talks normally over the phone, so like what does Carol have a scary voice filter? Like I do think they might be something with Des with soul fusion or the like the, or the concept of it, because we brought up soul fusion with Spamton and we have not like because Spamton seems to think that a soul fusion is possible, like you and I can be big together. He's like constantly gesturing at that through his fight. So I do think that like we've brought up the concept of soul fusion. I get the feeling that's going to surface again because Spamton seems to be our ominous hinter at everything to come guy. I ask her. The lore bearing Spamton is like Spamton kind of hints at like everything that does eventually happen. It's really interesting. Asgore, why are you talking to yourself in the bathroom? um, Something I wonder about the Asgore thing here is I wonder if he's talking to. I wonder if he's talking to a Darkner. Like, that sounds. But it just feels strange that he's just like talking to himself. Maybe he does like yes, just talk to himself sometimes. That could be an answer. But it feels to me like maybe he's because he says we're almost there, aren't we, old friend? And like he could just be talking to himself, but a part of me wonders if he is talking to a Darkner. He could. But I think Asgore knows a lot more than. But what if the black? Yeah, but what if this? What if his black shard is like conscious in the dark world? Um. Do I think Spamton knows what happens in the prophecy? I think Spamton knows some of it. I don't think Spamton knows all of it, or I don't think the weird route would have happened. I think Spamton thought that he could like get the Neo body and get out of that situation. Um, I think he knows pieces. Uh, yeah, yeah, but I don't know if Toby just does talking to. I guess it could just be exposition dump, but I feel like maybe there's it doesn't have to be a darkener, right? It could be like that he's just talking to like when he says like who's he talking to when he says old friend? It could be somebody who's dead. It could be like just like an item he has, you know. Maybe he doesn't know they're conscious, but like they are listening to him. He could be. But then we're almost there might imply Rudy knows. Oh, I wonder what Rudy actually like is aware of either. Taunting. Yeah. Oh, Chris, you probably should have checked the vent again. I love that. There's like a comic that like is Chris just like I let the soul have like their own time out, you know, they just wanted to be. It's fine. I stuffed it in the couch cushions once. We gotta listen to the Chris concert. One of my favorite tracks, actually. I mean, Asgore does literally have a prophecy panel that says Boss 3 in the files, so. Well, as. I do very much like how these pieces sound a lot like they are just Toby playing. I don't like skipping it. Um, I always find it yeah, I think it is him, which is interesting. Like for the whole like if Chris loses their hand theory, then you know maybe it is projecting the struggles Toby has with his chronic pain in his wrists. I don't think that I think that Toby reviews all of the game files before release. T- the Toby's relationship with the game files very much seems like a discussion with the player. Um, at least being having dug through them quite a few times. I bet that boss 3 is on purpose. I think the thing I like most about this is it does just imply that a lot of the music in Deltarune is diegetic, so like Chris can hear Rule's theme when it's playing. Yep. Green Gaster. There's a whole thread on Twitter about it. It has to do a lot with RGB and Undertale, and then like I guess you could start at the most basic one. There's a room in between Sans and Papyrus's room. Like that Gaster's door would kind of make sense to be a room in between, and the thing that is in between Sans and Papyrus's room instead is a painting of a green background, a bone with a green background. There's also some other hinting at it in Deltarune at this point. I don't have a thread on Green Gaster. I'm mostly a Spamton person, but... Well, I don't mean like I don't mean like the way Toby reviews the code is not to fix it. The way Toby reviews like game file names is to put teasers and like character relations in the game files, and references to other things. So I'm pretty sure he personally goes through them to like the fact that one of Tenna's like the Now for Today's sponsors is named Bocce Perugina in the game files. Yeah, that was Toby just like having fun with people he knows like goes in the book. Yeah, it's not about fixing it, it's just about, I think he reviews them to like lay trails, as you would. I like this one a lot. Well, I think Chris must be able to hear Rule's theme at the very least, because Chris plays Rule's... Chris plays that remix of Rule's theme, like, or like that version of Rule's theme here, when we're not even in them as the soul. To the basement. I think Tenna, because like Rules seems like the type to project his theme song. I think of course Tenna is also projecting a lot of his music, like projects a literal laugh track, projects like the dump when he's like feeling upset. The ominous basement sounds. Also, apparently Lost Girl is diegetic because it's just on the radio. Never saw the original, only two. Maybe Noelle just likes cheese. one time I was hanging out with a friend like ages ago, and I was like, "Where do you want to go for lunch?" And she's like, "Oh, we should go to that pizza place." And I was like, "Okay." And then we went to the pizza place, and we had a pizza, and we finished it. And then she looked at me and she went, "Oh, I hope I'll be all right." And I went, "What do you mean?" And she's like, "Oh, I'm lactose intolerant." And I was like, "And you didn't think to mention this until after we finished?" And she's like, "Yeah, it just sucks for a while." And I'm like, "Okay." Lactose intolerant people love eating cheese. Why is the holiday family Christmas themed? Well, we don't know what Christmas means in this world yet. Um, because like in Undertale, right, Christmas was just because of the gift trot, like the monster that like has decorated antlers. Um, like yeah, like so. I think I get the feeling that Christmas might might mean something else in Deltarune that we just don't know about yet. Yeah, this whole game, honestly, this whole game by the end of it might feel like a Christmas game. There's so much Christmas stuff. Hello. Congratulations. The deflated, wacky, like the inflatable flailing arm tube man from Undertale making an appearance here is I wonder if Toby always knew that he was gonna put this in Noelle's basement, or if he was just like, I'm just putting this in the dog shrine, I just want to reuse it here. Toby likes making really kind of like cheesy, sentimental, like very sweet lesbians, and then like the gay guys are like doomed beyond all measure. Hopefully they'll also get a happy ending. I just find it very funny. The guards in Hotland, well, you say they're chill. That they are chill and like normally in a pacifist run. But Toby like designed a lot of the guards to have specifically very evil like routes. And like Toby fought like, and if you look at them in a genocide route, it says like I see two lovers like standing on the cauldron, like the edge of the cauldron of hell or something, because it's quoting like a novel. And I'm like, it's like randomly like just the hardest line, just randomly about the two the two guards. Apparently, Toby had planned, like, yeah, in the anniversary, Toby mentioned that he had planned to like have all kinds of evil ways you could kill the guards. Like there were gonna be multiple, and one of them was like the guard was gonna be able to inhale the dust of their dead friend and have a panic attack. It's like I feel like Toby was trying to get in some of that edginess on Deltarune. I have my Spamton plushie down over the left. This is interesting. Noelle says I have to go find my old hamster cage, which I think that I do think that Noelle's old hamster cage is actually in the school closet. I don't know if that will be plot relevant at all, but I think that's what King is in, is Noelle's old hamster cage. Undertale's a very much, I would say, smaller focus game, so Toby focused a lot of his reactions to the monsters getting killed into, like, Undyne. Yeah, I do love that there are so many neutral route endings. Sit and listen to the Noelle Susie dialogue. Yeah, but Nobody Came is, like, I would say it's the most iconic in Genocide, mostly because of how Flowey echoes it in the final speech there. But yeah, it's not like it's not like only in it. Like of course Flowey says it in the past, like in the Omega Flowey fight as well. Nobody came. Boy, what a shame. I do like that Chris just kind of, like, gives up here. Not like their normal self. Toby is abusing the heck out of the yellow dialogue in this scene. Like, normals in yellow. Looks like a game. Hello. I've seen that theory, the Ralsei vessel theory. I think it's mostly based off of, like, the empty heart in Ralsei, like the black heart in Ralsei's chest. It was like, it's on speaker, yellow. Normal Chris. Weird. Yell is in yellow. I guess that's because I wonder if that's it. I think that's probably an Undertale callback because Metaton's action yell becomes yellow. Flirting is in yellow. What makes you say that? Like, Toby, can you? seen them flirt with people. Chris's little blush is cute. Enemies. I think Toby saw people overanalyzing the yellow dialogue in like chapter 1 and then was like, you know what? We're we're gonna overuse the yellow. Also invited. Yeah, we'll have to teach Noelle the flirt action for the next time she joins the party. It's in yellow, please. You know. I like this one. The Rousey is like the girlfriend from Canada. Yeah, this boy that goes to another school. Why does Chris get distracted at you know? So why do we think Des has a pile of orange shoes? Any theories? Yeah, we've lost the yellow. Oh yeah, close. There we go. Descend her 100 feet. Chris blushes at the Ferris wheel, which is cute. Worst thing. Goodbye. Don't know. Des has some interesting things in her closet, you know? Including Asriel's shirt. It could have been. I made the joke that maybe Des heard it, this is just a meme, right? I made the joke that maybe Des when she first heard the prophecy, she heard human soul and parts and thought it meant shoe soles because Toby has made that joke before with Papyrus in Undertale. It was like, oh, human souls and monster souls. Human souls are stronger than monster souls, but our souls are about the same. Our shoe soles are about the strength of the same. And it's like, oh, maybe Des was collecting shoes for souls, human souls, as a pun, and then started collecting hearts instead when she realized it was supposed to be like the heart-shaped object. I don't think that's a serious theory. I just think it's funny. I like Susie trying to explicitly be like, Noelle, were we ever like flirty alone? Do you remember? Deltarune today. Hopefully. I want to believe. Alright, we're just gonna... I bumped that by accident, but we elicited most of it, it's fine. Crisscross applesauce. Putting the soul back in has got to be uncomfortable by the look of it. The phone identity is phone caller identity is quite a debate. Alright, what will the guitar be like in the dark world? Osgore interrupting the moment. I love Noelle's spray. She's not going to be home for hours. I love that Carol also gets like ominous echoey heel steps. Yeah, I will say, like, there's a whole understandable, like, both sides thing here. Like, oh, you walk in and you see, like, somebody, like, with your dead daughter, like, your presumed, like, missing daughter's guitar. Um, but also, Noelle was just like, yeah, you can play it, so it's... so it's not like Susie's, like, really in the wrong. I don't think she knows specifically what happened to Des. Asgore's pretty much the same as he was in Undertale. Eat the snack tray outside. I do love how Chris can just be like, well, you don't need to go in there. You, all caps red. What could this mean? Says the woman with heart pillows all around her house. Love how Susie says the code. We forgot about the code, like, right in front of Asgore. Home is where the heart is. Heart, you say, but oh, I love Susie. I love this moment. In another world, Susie and Chris just have adventures around hometown, like without all the fear of the world ending. As a matter of fact, the platter lacks snacks. Are you okay? It will. This is the most ominous. It will all be worth it. Guy who's definitely not up to anything. Is there an auto mod? No. I'm not really a streamer. This just I'm just doing this today because of the direct. It is. Toriel probably should give Chris a key. So, if you want a bit of a meme, I do think there's already like a bit of a funny reference you could do with Asgore and driving, because the ambulances in chapter 2 reference like Asgore's line about like the so in Undertale Asgore says like think of it as a visit to the dentist, and then the ambulances in chapter 2 are like ambulances comparing the battle to like a visit to the dentist, and the ambulances are kind of like, you know, police officers when they're like chasing around the Virokans, so they're kind of like Asgore in a sense. And in the ambulance fight, sometimes an ambulance will just like drive down the road and like careen off while on fire. So if you really want to get into that meme, we might already have an Asgore driving poorly reference in the game. What if it's not 12:25? What if it's 12:24? Oh, Pizza Pants. Maybe we'll learn your real name someday. I love that I love that like the nice like the ice cream bunny like has like dug his own grave by being like, oh yeah, I'll meet you at the festival tomorrow. Like, how are you gonna pull that one off? Are we gonna meet? Is the bunny gonna dress up as a girl tomorrow? Like, how are you gonna meet him, or is it gonna be a constant? Oh, I almost could have met you, but it was an act. I just got distracted at the last minute. Like, how is this? This is an untenable situation. um, I will say there's something going on here with well, yeah, I understand that like the bunny likes burger pants, right? The problem is like right now he's pretending to be Pizzarina, so like, and that Pizzarina will meet Pizza Pants at the end. Yeah, maybe. I will say there's something interesting going on here with like symbolism, because we have a wilted rose, which we have a lot of Beauty and the Beast stuff going on with Asgore already, with the glasses under, like, with the flowers under glass, and then like the rose thing with the thorn ring. And then we have a fallen bow tie, like an abandoned bow tie, which, you know, Spampton sells bow ties, and then the bow tie in the bow tie that Spampton sells, Noelle's unused dialogue for Spampton's bow tie says, reminds me of Asgore. So, you know. Right, yeah, the frayed bow tie, Noelle's unused dialogue for the frayed bow tie says, reminds me of Asgore. As long as he's happy. Oh, a customer. Sorry, would love to make you some ice cream, but we're closed. A customer in the back notices you. He holds up a takeout box and taps it happily. Spampton absolutely like parallels like a good like 3/4 of the cast in some way at this point. It's kind of funny. I love how Susie describes this. I don't think they're having choir practice. What if I was suspicious of Toriel for canceling choir practice today? Maybe she's in on it. I kind of doubt that, but that'd be kind of funny. The whole town is in on it. Later. Got 2 hours left till, we're in the last, 118 minutes. We're getting to the real countdown to the direct here. I'm probably going to keep the direct muted and, like, post the link in chat, because, I know Nintendo likes to tactically nuke other streams from orbit if they actually play the noise, so... Alright, I need to do another water break because I ran out. Yeah, I've seen people stream directs. Well, we'll see. We'll see what I can get away with. Usually it's on Twitch. Time for our scheduled night aura farming. I do like that Chris tried immediately to go for Susie there. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't it doesn't matter too much if you get up there. Chris just like refuses to act. Hoping it's free. Or I'll say accidentally crushing Susie's healing aspirations. Glass is broken. Whispers among the shadows. You know, in a funny way, this castle with the wings kind of looks like a sphinx. I don't know if that was on purpose, but like a horned sphinx, maybe. Also, the Deltarune here is in like in between two not even parentheses. Jobs do I headcanon the Fun King will have in the future? I don't know about Ralse. It's actually surprisingly difficult. Your interest can change a lot between... I feel like I would need to know how, like, your arcs are gonna end. This, I like this prophecy because it does, indicate, that, like, the Dark Worlds grow naturally below, below the Light World, rather than, you know, just incidentally. I do like the idea of Susie being a novelist, actually. Oh, hey. It's going alright. Just, finishing, one of my save files, while waiting for the direct. Or at least working, finishing it. The others here believe in this place. Shockington grows the beard. I still love that this was like technically a spoiler that like Toby just announced in that replay of or that playing of chapter 1 before they announced chapter 2. 5 o'clock for chapter 2. Turns out that Ralph the entire time was just a tube of toothpaste. Hey, the prophecy. What the hell is toothpaste? Yeah, see, it's thematic, Susie. Susie can... That's why Ralph can follow us wherever we go, because Susie always has a toothbrush with her. It's flawless. He belongs wherever there's a toothbrush. Titan spawn. Whee. I do like that Titan spawn just show up wherever it's like a little too dark. They're like the precursors to Titans almost. Hey Gerson and your bright green. Maybe Rousey meant generally left, you know? I just love that Gerson has naturally pink hair. I'll just speed it up and he speeds it up like Gerson might be like playing dumb a little bit. I do remember where the cups charge at you, yes. See what happens if I retreat from them by going down. Oh, okay, I can try. I don't mind testing things in this one, because this one's just my my aborted weird route, so except for Susie got candy. I love that extra money. Please. I do love that Gerson's like, no. Distinct lack of steppable objects in that direction. Appears somewhere else. I wonder if any more prophecy text. Not panels per se, but prophecy text will appear in any other Dark Worlds. Honestly, I am getting down with the kind of like the theory that Ralsei isn't like an object in like the most normal sense. Like maybe he's darkness, maybe he's like a conceptual thing. Hard to tell right now. Did on purpose. It's darker. Gotta wonder if Gerson's dreams were like Gaster talking to him or something. Because Gerson says that a lot of his ideas came to him in dreams on the bench, so you know. Sworn. Like, he's just like kind of messing around here, honestly. For some purpose. Now we have to eat them off the ground. Pretend to eat the candy. Something that's interesting there is, why pretend to eat, like, other Darkners do eat, like Lancer does eat the candy from Chapter 1, so it's, why does Ralsei only pretend to eat there? Maybe he just doesn't like being a glutton. Oh yeah, I don't think Ralsei's a regular object. Ralsei's something specific, so... Nowhere. Sure you'll get there eventually. Yeah, this combined with the zapper saying, like, when you say nowhere, the zapper says he was already heading that way, wasn't you, Chris? Like, everybody seems to be aware that Chris is heading nowhere. What do you mean? That's an interesting one. Like Ralsei is all of the trees. Roots would make sense. Like Ralsei, maybe Ralsei's the roots specifically. Well, I think Spamton makes Ralsei distinctly uncomfortable. Because Ralsei straight up calls Spamton an it. Like it was just a corrupted program after his fight. And I think that's because Spamton, like, wanted to become, you know, like a real object, like a real person instead of an object, which I think directly goes against Ralsei's worldview in a way that makes him very uncomfortable. Especially as he starts getting his own, like, interests and likes. Oh yeah. Which, not very nice to himself. The end of Deltarune is just everybody going to therapy. I love Susie just saying the economy is tough, like she doesn't even question it. Sort of cool axe in yellow. Probably 2,000 to get the bitter tier. Mostly because I find the item interesting in general. I don't know if it'll be useful later at all, aside from the full heal, but... Human souls, monster souls, book souls. That's part of my thing where it's like, is that the shoe souls joke gonna come back from Undertale? Yeah, if you throw away the darker, like, I'm sure it's one of the captains. You know, the furniture we get are like random ladders, a couch cushion. Or else this room's gonna look interesting in chapter 5. Maybe that puzzle memorized, I think, pretty much. That's 4 notes. Less than an hour and a half till Nintendo Direct. Yeah, a lot of people have wondered if, like, it's kind of a meme, but you know, is Undertale in the shelter? Is Undertale like an older Dark World that existed? I believe Toby said something like that, like our pacifist route in Undertale won't be like undone or like affected, so I'm always hesitant around Deltarune theories that involve Undertale, because it's like, okay, it has to necessarily not involve, like, changing the end of Undertale, from what I recall. Like, that pacifist ending is safe. Deltarune today. Hopefully. Otherwise I will feel like this is the bait of the year. Looney Tunes physics right there. Yeah, chapter 3 actually reflects a lot of Undertale's pacifist route. Especially with Tenna reflect, like some of Tenna's attacks look a lot like Omega Flowey's attacks. So yeah, I think maybe that might have been a reflection of Undertale for this time around, but who knows? There might be some more to it. I love Jack and Stan. Dark. I think you said that earlier. I was distracted. I guess the melty mouth, it kind of lends towards that, yeah. Everything seems okay. I do love the commentary on this mini game Toby gave on his Blue Sky, where it was like, I showed this to like my friends or like family or whatever, and they were like worried that it was like a call for help essentially. Because the game's not out yet. You're taking too long. I love Susie's eyes in the dark. They're very Scooby-Doo-esque, you know, which very much like suits this whole thing. If it doesn't happen, then I presume that something will happen on the release of Toy Story 5, because for some reason Toby was like, can't wait to show you what we've been working on with Toy Story 5. Like, it could have just been a meme, but that was very funny to me. It's like my crack theory was like, that was Toby estimating when he would next, when we would next hear from him. Oh yeah, he did voice John in the Homestuck pilot.
You're too bright. Mom,
Unironically, Jack and Stan's fight seems to be like reflecting the entire game in a weird way. especially the symbols in the house seem very like relevant. It's strange. Yeah, like this one, this one in particular has like the sword symbol and like a knight and a queen. It's like, okay. And a flower. Like, can you chill with the ominous, like, hinting? There's also scales here, like this is like a snake, it feels like. Yeah, it's a whole snake, right? And we're getting a lot of snake hinting at this point in the game. Like the Titan fight says the darkness will slither serpentine. Like the shadow, actually the darkness slithered like a snake, or gave a long game that slithered like a snake, and then the Jockeying prophecy is the one that says like the darkness will slither serpentine. And then like rules is getting cheated at with snakes and ladders. Yeah, it's strange. I think we're gonna meet a snake. Cat's tail is just a snake in disguise. Everything seems okay. Also, like, this ends up being, like, the ghosts haunting the narrative again, because, like, yeah, it says, like, taking, the file names are, like, taking too long in a ghost house. Like, oh, a ghost house, you say? I go back to writing my script for my cactus video. Well, actually, I finished writing the script, I just need to record it now. The cactus may not seem super important in the long run. It's just a video on the cactus. Thank you.
Mom!
Mamma mia. It's okay. I think that's probably some of my favorite, like, battle text, the everything seems okay. Yeah, Susie, I can hear. See, these pumpkins represent the fandom, clearly. just the multitudes. We're taking too long. Yeah, that's me, dumbass. I like that one. So like, yeah, you're still here interesting, but it sucks. Deltarune today. Hopefully, in 72 minutes. Watch it be at the end of the... Watch it be... It only has 11, so that's interesting. I wonder if that's... Yeah, that could be a lot of things, like the 11th hour. I've probably mentioned this to you before. But the 11th hour is like the last minute before you can possibly do something. But also could be like be reflecting a specific character. Yeah, it might be like at the end of the entire direct. It might be. 12:25. Huh. It does look like Freddy Fazbear. I don't know. He might have done that on purpose, honestly. Hmm. Old man. I do like that he has turtle phrase, put a little shell into it instead of backbone. Also pulls the kind of Papyrus thing where like Papyrus like baits Undyne into being your friend by saying I guess it's too much of a like the challenge for her. It's like quite a distinct amount of actual emotional intelligence in that. Oops, my letter. Old man. Yeah, Papyrus has like a. Yeah, I mean, there's also like a lot of interesting things about him where like it's implied like he knows more than he lets on. Which of course makes his absence in Deltarune all the more interesting. It does. You do a slam dunk into the... into the thing. For your eyes. Actually, it's too scary. I wish you could jump down, actually, on the platforms. Alright, one more hour. Runeful? Okay, I don't think I'm there yet. What do I think about Man Country? Goodness, where to start? Yeah, there's a lot of Rudy, like, I would say, like, some Rudy, like, knowing what's going to happen hinting. I don't know if that would mean that, like, Rudy is the knight, but it also might indicate that Rudy knows more than they say. Man Country is, like, a whole angle going on. God, I hate this thing. It's like seaweed. And then of course you have the Man Country very much seems like it is a reflection. It's almost like a reflection of nostalgia made. I'd have to like actually like write out my thoughts on it. I do love knight debates. I don't have a dog in the fight really on like who the knight really is. My general thought is it's like Des but extra. Like it's related to Des, but it's like but it could be somebody that has an item of Des's, or it could be like Des's essence fused with somebody like something else, someone else. Des but extra is my guess. I love the Susie Gerson laugh imitation there. I don't know. Yeah, well, I get the feeling there's something like apart from Des because of that, like because either somebody's trying to drive along the prophecy because they don't think it'll actually end the world, or like Des is Des's consciousness is in the game files, and like whatever's left of Des up here with like the knight is it is like just a part of Des, you know, maybe shattered across time and space, maybe. Which is like perhaps why the knight has Gaster like hands. More tea parties. Ladies in silverware and trick views. They are having the time of their life. Constantly aura-forming. Oh, that was real. That was Toby Fox posting that. He posted it on Blue Sky and Twitter. Yeah, it's real. But he was like, they hold a certain power of the will. Well, maybe will is incorrect. The power they hold is, and then trailed off, so we didn't actually get the word determination. But I know Gerson is like, Toby Fox has so many, like, I would say authorial self-inserts at this point, because Gerson, like, says predictability is bad for a story, which I believe Toby has also said. The Gaster also, like, the Gaster seems to be an author insert. The Forgotten Man also seems to be reflecting certain things, Toby. It's like, we're overloading with Toby inserts here. This whole game's just us just having a conversation with Toby Fox. Oh God. Yeah, I don't know why Sham is trying to vague post. Queen just says determination, so why is Sham like, they contain a certain power of the will? It's like, okay. Yeah. Alright, that's one of three. Oh yeah, there's a very I went through and read all of Toby's like interviews and like Q&A and stuff. And there was an interesting one where I think he was talking to the director, the creator of Nier Automata, where they I think they literally said to him like, oh, I don't know if you'll be able to like make something like Undertale again. And Toby's like, oh, why is that? Like some of them was like nervous. I aborted the weird route at I did not kill Birdley, so we just have the Thorn Ring. Yeah. I did not abort at chapter 4. I just wanted to get the Thorn Ring. I was just interested to see like if there's any reason to make the Twisted Sword like on a normal route. No, Birdley's arm is fine. I went full, it's basically like full pacifist except for just having the... Except for just like, you know, the little mini murder spree in the middle where I froze a bunch of people. Yeah, I'm very curious about, like, I'll definitely, like, watch, different versions, because I am curious how, like, Noelle will react after all that. Like, will it just go back to normal? Because one of the things with the aborted weird route is the city just goes back to normal. Yes, you can go back to the dump. The thing with the aborted weird route where you don't freeze Birdley is it behaves completely like normal after you don't freeze him. You can just go back to the dump and do Spamton like completely pacifistically. Yeah, there's 3 states for Birdley. Deltarune in an hour, hopefully. Or at the end of the hour. Yeah, this is where the cups are. Where do you want me to go down? Like here? You'll have to explain it to me. Like, you want me to just, like, walk back? Or... The cups appear, go down. Okay. So there's this one. I can only go back here. Alright, I'll try. I get the feeling they'll just follow me. But we'll see. Okay. Do they just not come? I get a feeling I can infinitely bait them. Yeah, they just get to the end and then they climb off. I bet I can go... Yeah, if I go all the way back, they'll just... Yeah. Interesting. I guess they're just kind of cycling around. Can't stand this place. I actually use very, very interesting in my theory videos because I think it's funny. But I have a very flat affect, like a very a flat tone pretty often. So if you're not used to like sarcastic humor, I think a lot of my jokes don't come off too well. Like every time I say very, very interesting in one of my theory videos, I am laughing to myself. Piano. Yeah, there are coins in Deltarune. Yeah, I'm very curious about it. What I mean, Toby said that like only the shop music didn't spoil anything. So like, I don't know. Maybe we'll have like an all new battle music in chapter 5. I love that you can say seems unnecessary. It's pretty funny. Only critique of chapter 4 is that like I feel like the old man, the battle with the old man is like kind of important to Susie's like development as a character. Yeah, it feels odd. Once we get to about 10 minutes out, I'll start with the stream to get ready to watch the direct. This is one of my favorite tracks in Deltarune, actually. Piano that might not be played that well. Walk through music. Wink. Maybe we learn. Have you ever seen the theory that like the soul is from Undertale. Maybe we learned it from there. Old scholars grade by research, huh? Forgotten. Gone are researchers. Fairies, princesses, and soldiers. On the outskirts, ghast's wild beasts of horror and sloth. And of course, the Dark Knight. Dark Knight. The knight is actually Batman. Any good cup knows a princess's value is equal to their height. That's an interesting one, because we know that Chris can wear the princess gloves, right? Or like the gloves that come with the princess ribbon. And so equal to their height kind of indicates that princess as a role is gender neutral in Deltarune. It's also interesting because Chris can wear the princess gloves, but Chris is called like a short stack, I think, by one of the NPCs in Hometown. So, yeah, we have an interesting theme there of, I don't know, there's something interesting with princesses going on. And a ground-bound princess is not worth washing your hands with. Which, if you subscribe to the whole, Ralsei is meant to be like a princess of the dark, that whole theory, Ralsei does have a moment where they start floating in this chapter for some reason. That guy is the fire extinguisher. Think about this one all the time, too. The Queen's chariot cannot be stopped, like, because it looks like the limousine at first glance, but Queen's limousine does get stopped twice. Once at the crosswalk, and then once at, once by being exploded. That just goes, yeah. I love the OST. Back, you zombie. Your beastly existence offends Milady. I don't have a Milady yet, but if I did, she would be offended. Why are you so rude? What did the Gwei do? Holy princess far above, spill but a drop of your love. do like the cat noises when you knock the cup ones off. Regular container of water. There's no reason to expect interacting with it to do anything. A brash young soldier. Prove yourself worthy of a princess. Yeah, first time. Too precious to waste. Took mercy on you, thank you. Action has caused some change in my firm. Yeah, you can get the, if you do the embezzle, you can get a bitter tear off this one too. We'll try it. Yep, there it is. There we go. Well, it's not too bad. Whee! Sometimes I'm lucky with this game. I think our holy princess will join your court. There's a hidden treasure chest here. It contains some kind of strangely slippery gloves. They're labeled gloves that make you worse at climbing. You didn't take these. I didn't know those were there. Alright. About half an hour left. whispering. They're all statues. I believe that was all three. Don't know if we'll beat the old man before it's time for the direct, but we might get a try or two in. He's my my least practiced boss. I think everybody would have built up going into the shelter, and I think everybody would have been like, "What do you mean we're not in the shelter?" when Chapter 4 came out. Hello. Great question. My guess is that they spoke to whoever's in there, and we didn't get to see it. Yeah, I'll probably just do a try or two of the old man. I doubt I'll beat it before the direct time. I don't know. The real question is, why do we just wake up in the morning without, like, with no zero, like, without seeing the shelter? Why does the, like, how the game just cut us off from seeing it? honestly, the Gerson fight's a good thing to end off on, even if I don't finish it, because we are getting the chapter 5 hint with this one. Hello. This garden is charred in an inferno of jealousy. Oh, probably not. Story became so grand, so overwhelming, some say it swallowed up the author himself. On my first playthrough, the night took me 2 weeks. Oh, hello. We have audio. One sec. Actually, I might throw the... We have an early Nintendo Direct stream. Hold on. Yeah. Sorry, we're gonna have to throw this one. Yeah, I started trying to beat the night, hang on. I started trying to beat the night when, before they made the fix. So, you know, so I was trying to beat it with the, hold on, I'm trying to fix her. Yeah, hold on. Let's turn on the audio. We'll keep it low. I know that Nintendo likes to nuke streams that have audio, so we'll see how much I can get away with. Let's adjust it and make it a little bigger. Hold on. We'll move him up here. I'm not like a pro gamer. I'll just leave it at that. I do this for the love of the game, you know? I'll just fiddle around with these, why not? Oh yeah, you're into Kirby, Rosa. I I know somebody who's like really into Splatoon, so actually, we'll get rid of that one. See if I get away with making it a little bigger. You can tell I'm not a streamer. I like the moving shapes they're going with. Well, spammed and watching over us, why not? Yeah, I'll keep it fairly quiet. We'll see if they get mad at me. Hi, Van. Making puppets Phantom dance on stance. True. Hold on. We could do that. That works. Make them a little smaller. It's honestly like 20 minutes, actually. We're there 20, 22 minutes. Yeah. Lower the audio real quick. Yeah, I'll probably keep it. Yeah, I'll keep it quiet. So we'll see how we'll see if Nintendo gets mad at me for streaming this. I love Pluie. I think Toby was aware that showing that save file or that I think Toby was aware showing that like what happens if you keep if you keep Tenna, that like that more people would try and have a save where they keep him. So hi Mal. I'm gonna grab water one last time before before this starts. One sec. Well, I haven't gotten any warnings yet, so I think we're good so far. Deltarune in 20 minutes. Yeah, I think because it's so easy to like it's so easy for people to be like, oh, I don't know about giving him Dimetaton immediately. That like if it was like, oh, sorry, you chose the evil option, it would be a little strange. Yeah, replay the entire thing. Deltarune is always with us in our hearts. Deltarune forever. Oh, I doubt it was everything. Toby's not the kind of creator to show his entire hand for one specific route, I don't think. This shapes thing is reminding me of anybody play Thomas Was Alone? I used to like that one. Thomas Was Alone is it's worth a play if you ever get back to it. Is there something in Deltarune I know I could look up, but actively don't so I can find it myself? Usually I try to find all the optional dialogue on my own. Like I try to like click on everything. Shadow Crystal bosses I'll usually like try to look up. Egg rooms. I did discover the chapter 2 one on my own. The first one I was like told about. I did discover the original Star Walker on my own. Somebody out there has, for sure, like, found an egg room completely, like, by accident. I saw, there was a YouTuber, I forget, I think he's, like, I think they go by, like, Rat or something? Or that they're, like, their avatar is a rat or something like that. But they actually discovered the Chapter 3 egg room, like, naturally.
paradise in the
Hello.
Animal Crossing New Horizons Nintendo Switch 2 Edition game. Use mouse controls to design and decorate intuitively. See your friends' reactions with camera play support. And up to 12 friends can play
Animal
together
Crossing.
online, including on Slumber Island. Animal Crossing New Horizons Nintendo Switch 2 Edition. Available now.
Yeah, this is Deltarune.
Here we go. Performing for you. If you know what join in too. Put your hands together if you wanna clap. As we take you through this funky rap.
This is also a weird version of Deltarune. Well, he does make a couple Donkey Kong references, doesn't he?
Prep the R-Wings. We've got a job to do, Star Fox. We're gonna take the system back from Andross, one planet at a time.
So you want us to cause some mayhem? That's my kind of plan.
It's the deadliest stretch of space in the system, Fox. We'll be pushing the limits like never before.
This is it, Star Fox. Let's show them how it's done.
Birdley's based off
Star
Falco.
Fox, available June 25th.
It is in the Dark World.
Listen to Nintendo game music anytime, anywhere. Nintendo Music. Let's go over some updates to the service. Nintendo Music can now be accessed on web browsers, so you can listen on your computer. A larger screen helps make it easier to identify game titles and playlists you're interested in.
Time zone jump scare. Yeah, I was just checking when it was I was just closing that, get out of the way.
The Nintendo Music app is also available on compatible tablets. That means you can browse music on a larger screen than you'd find on a smartphone. You can also enjoy Nintendo Music on the road. With Android Auto and Apple CarPlay support. Music can be selected from your vehicle's touchscreen. Voice control is also available.
Yeah, I need a...
You can say...
Feels like the
"Play
streaming
a
problem.
rainy
It's
day."
like there's too many music and like tracks in too many
Play
different
music
places.
that fits the scenery and vibe of your drive. From recent and upcoming releases to nostalgic classics, more tracks will be added to Nintendo Music over time. With tunes to match your lifestyle, you can listen to Nintendo game music anytime, anywhere.
Nintendo Music.
Nintendo Music is included with an
Technically, the
active
stream hasn't
Nintendo
even
Switch
really started
Online
yet, so...
membership.
Mario.
Come one, come all. Here's what's sprouting in the Flower Kingdom. A new power-up. Rosalina and Luma.
Wowie
Assist
zowie.
code. Double badges. And oh, the Koopalings. And over in the brand new Bellabelle Park, Camp Central with the Toad Brigade training
Yeah,
camp.
this is all stuff
Do
that,
it
that
solo
is
or team up. And speaking of teaming
pre-announcement.
up, attractions galore in Attraction Central. Local wireless multi
called
Oh, yeah.
online multiplayer, co-op attractions, versus attractions, lots of collectibles! And there's still so much more to experience. So what are you waiting for? The Super Mario Bros.
That guy sounds way
Wonder
too
Nintendo
excited.
Switch 2 Edition plus Meet Up in Belleville Park game is available now on the Nintendo Switch 2 system. Nintendo Switch 2 players who already have Super Mario Bros. Wonder on Nintendo Switch can upgrade to the Nintendo Switch 2 Edition by purchasing the upgrade pack. 3 amiibo figures from Super Mario Bros. Wonder are also available now.
It's like this game is not that incredible. Oh, you can calm down. What a waistline. Of course it's Samus.
Samus, I've been waiting for this.
Hello, hello.
Okay, let's go.
Ew. Yeah, that does look fun. Oh, that's all good, Rosa. You can just, comment in here on stuff, too. If anything crazy happens.
Back at it again on Yumian Island. Well, look who it is. Crystal seems to be everywhere these days. The hustle never stops. But what's she spending
Oh,
her
of
money
course,
on?
the Tomodachi one.
All right. Work it.
I give up.
Ever since Angie's misadventures and romance,
Unhappy Angie spotted.
Crystal has a new gig.
It is crazy how much Tomodachi Life, like, possessed the timeline for a while.
That's not...
This will totally go viral.
Sure, you do you. She understands that sometimes you need to be with nature. Share quality time goofing off with friends. Who is this guy?
The secondhand embarrassment is strong.
Would you make me something?
Or even explore your creative side.
Yeah, well, it technically starts in 2 minutes, so
Do you
I
like
think
it?
everything is just a recap.
Wow.
Done.
Okay, Picasso. At the end of the day, Crystal never clocks out from being a pal. But she does have to clock back in at the food mart. Hey, drop it! That's a good doggy. Tomodachi Life, living the dream.
A little bit.
Please come again.
I'll see if the copyright tries to snag me, but for now we'll leave it here. One minute. Oh shit. Yeah, it starts with Deltarune. Nintendo loves to nuke you from orbit for even looking at their games. Well, so far it's the Shape Show.
Hello, everyone. I'm Yoshiaki Koizumi, and I'll be your guide for today's Nintendo Direct. First, here's a game that's coming to the Nintendo Switch system. Please, take a look at this.
Hello. Beep. My name is Lowell Miss Reeds, and I'm known for my reading aloud skills and more. Beep. I'm here today to help show you the Rhythm Heaven Groove game. Beep.
It's not Deltarune. Rhythm Heaven.
Rhythm Heaven Groove.
This is not Deltarune. It's Rhythm Heaven Groove. I think Deltarune counts as like
Playing
a
this game is pretty simple.
partner game.
Just get into the groove.
I know this direct is going to be pretty long.
That's all there is to
from
it.
what I heard.
But it's not always the same rhythm. Listen carefully to the beat. Find your flow, and you'll be able to feel the rhythm. 2, 3, 4, now. 2, 3, now. 2, now. 2, 3, now. Over 80
Yeah,
all-new
this is
rhythm
Lightner's
games are
Live.
included. And as you play through the game, you can unlock different modes. For example,
The kingdom's everlasting peace rests on your shoulders.
Does it?
Finally, you're awake.
go forth, magician,
I can't lose.
and use the magical power of rhythm to beat monsters. Cast a fire spell with B.A. B.A.
Where's the ice spell?
And a healing spell with B down A. B down A. Like that.
So you really want to fight, huh?
What spells will strike a chord against the foes you face? Groove on and tip the scales to victory.
Yeah, this is what
It's
Deltarune looks
time
like
for
now.
the Who's Got Rhythm quiz show.
Plus, there are even more rhythm games in the lineup. Enjoy all of this while playing solo. And
Dan, Emily, Leo, Sarah.
I appreciate that all the ninjas
We're
look
under attack.
exactly the same.
up to 4 players can enjoy dedicated rhythm games. Note the timing and block the arrows.
Grab the snack at exactly 3 o'clock. Beep.
Or aim for 3 o'clock on the dot.
Emily got the snack.
There are over 30 cooperative and competitive games to play. Get into the groove solo or with friends when Rhythm Heaven Groove hits the Nintendo Switch system July 2nd. Pre-orders are available now on Nintendo eShop.
That was Rhythm Heaven Groove for Nintendo Switch. You'll also be able to play it on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Why are we pulling hairs off an
Please
onion?
wait just a little longer for its release. From here, we'll introduce games coming to Nintendo Switch 2, including some games that will also be available on Nintendo Switch. Let's begin with some headlines.
I get the feeling if Deltarune is in here, it's going to be pretty far in.
Let's see your best today.
Onimusha, Way of the Sword, a new entry in the Sword Play Action series, is slashing onto Nintendo Switch 2. Edo-era Kyoto has been overrun by monsters known as Genma. Now, Miyamoto Musashi must prove himself beyond measure.
That's a pretty game.
Parry. Deflect. And the powerful counterattack Isen. Master these techniques to strike down the enemies
I'll
in
get
your
a Switch
path.
2 eventually.
Oni armaments are also at your disposal to turn the tides of battle. You can even use Joy-Con 2 motion controls to intuitively slay Genma. As fates intertwine,
Yeah, the
will
Switch,
you cut down those that
The
stand
Switch really
in your
had,
way?
like, quite an impressive
Onimusha,
range.
Way of the Sword launches on Nintendo Switch 2, September 25th. Pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo eShop. Your unwritten epic begins. Dragon's Dogma 2, Dark Arisen is heading to
Never
Nintendo
played Dragon's
Switch 2.
Dogma, but
You are the Arisen,
it is
a
pretty.
hero burdened with the fate of slaying the dragon who has taken your heart. In this expanded version of Dragon's Dogma 2, explore the new land of Norgan.
I think they said
Seek
some
out
of them are
spoils,
both NS1
then
and 2.
appraise them to
but
reveal
I'd have
new
to replay
weapons, armor, or skills. With these arms at the ready, take down powerful monsters in this single-player action RPG adventure. From a fighter specializing in close-range combat to a mage skilled in spell casting, choose the vocation that fits your playstyle. Plus, you can lead up to 3 pawns, custom companions who act on their own. When taking on massive monsters, you can climb them to strike their weak points. Fighting alongside your pawns is key to victory. In a world between dark and light,
That's just
embark
reminding me
on
that
an
I should play
adventure and tell
Shadow
a
of the
tale all
Colossus.
your own. What fate awaits the Arisen and their pawns? Dragon's Dogma 2.
I played,
Dark
like,
Arisen
most of
launches
it on
Nintendo Switch
a
2,
friend's,
October 9th.
like, PlayStation, I think, like, back in the day. But I don't think I finished it.
Otherworldly endeavors await in these games. Earth has been driven to the brink of annihilation by mysterious life forms called the Nativa. Now, join Eve on her mission to save humanity. And
Yeah,
reclaim the
everybody's
planet.
hoping for Deltarune.
Engage in high-speed combat that focuses on timing. Then find your opening and strike. Defeat enemies to acquire new skills. Then strategically deploy them to fit the situation. Can you save humanity and reclaim Earth for humankind? Stellar Blade launches on Nintendo Switch 2 this year.
Pretty women in bodysuits.
Blast off in the 2-player co-op adventure Orbitals. Protect your home in an expedition across the galaxy. There are many interstellar areas to explore.
This is a cute art
Melt ice
style.
to make a path. Activate devices in time with the beat. Escape from incoming enemies and more. Brave the dangers ahead in your voyage through the stars. 2 players can also work together locally or online using GameShare. Work together and overcome the crisis of the cosmos. Orbitals launches exclusively on the Nintendo
Yeah, I do
Switch
love
2
the style.
system September 3rd. Pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo eShop. Journey through the Glade of Dreams in this
Rayman.
bold reimagining of Rayman Legends. When a shadowy villain starts spreading corruption, it's up to Rayman and his friends to leap,
I used to
glide,
play this. I used to
and
play
punch their way
one
through
Rayman game when I was a
charming
kid, but I
and
do not
colorful
remember.
worlds. Ride dragons
what game it
across
was.
realms. Dive into
I had a
4 new
classic
musical
PlayStation for
stages,
ages.
and enjoy more added content. Up to 4 players can go out on a limb in local co-op. You can also play a revamped version of Kung Fu using Game Share locally or online. Rayman Legends Retold launches on Nintendo
It might have
Switch
been.
2
Yeah, like the first one.
October 1st. It's a great day for a big walk. Get lost with friends in this online co-op walking and talking adventure. Set off through a
Walking
peaceful
and talking
world
adventure.
brimming with challenges, puzzles, and lots of things to discover. Enjoy the sights and sounds as you work together to find your way around. Use all sorts of tools to stay in touch.
I like that they look like the
And
little,
figure out
you know,
new
the
methods
birds
of
that like dip
communicating
down
if
and
you're in a pickle.
like dip into water. They look like those.
They might even be a little unconventional. And if you're not quite up to adventuring, you can always just relax with your pals. Enjoy the sunset, dance the night away, or steal something from a friend and kick it into the ocean. You know, the usual
Well, I
stuff.
haven't been punished yet, so I'll turn up the audio a little bit.
You can also use mouse controls or hang out with friends using cross-platform play. After all, spending quality time together is the best part of a big walk. Strolling onto Nintendo Switch 2, August
big walk.
4th. Season the seas. Build your very own floating restaurant with the Straw Hat Crew. Cook up recipes with Sanji. Craft the menu. Decorate it to your
A
liking.
one-piece cooking game.
Then serve your customers as you run the restaurant.
Yeah, why not?
By searching for and collecting ingredients, you'll expand your menu offerings. Use devil fruit abilities to prepare piping hot steaks. Or whip up tongue-tingling tauntaun noodles. You can make all sorts of delicious dishes. Spend in-game money to change up the restaurant's interior and expand it to attract even more customers. Over 400 characters from the One Piece series will appear. Mouse controls are also supported on Nintendo Switch 2.
I've
Get
also
ready
never seen
for a
One
feast
Piece.
of epic proportions
I know
in
a fair bit about
One
it because
Piece
people have like
Grand Gourmet,
told us
sailing onto the Nintendo
read
Switch
it.
2
Okay,
and
I'll keep that in
Nintendo
mind.
Switch systems October 23rd.
We're getting the Pokopia update, which I still don't have, but it looks really cute.
Keep adventuring in Pokemon Pokopia, even beneath the sea. Explore the world on the ocean floor with a free update. By using the new move Dive, you can enjoy life with Pokemon living under the sea. Plant grass, build structures, and expand your towns underwater. This free update is scheduled to release in August 2026. And there's more! The Pokemon Pokopia
Pretty.
Expansion Pass paid DLC is on the way. Discover a brand new town, Bubbly Basin. There you'll find new furniture, new outfits, and new friends.
Quite cute.
The Pokemon Pokopia Expansion Pass paid DLC will be available later today on Nintendo eShop. Part 1 of the paid DLC, Bubbly Basin, launches this August. Part 2 and Part 3 will launch at a later date. Look out for more details in the future.
What? Cute. Used to have that one as a vocal stem for like a solid year, I think. It's the depths. It must be Deltarune. Ignore the Pokemon.
We hope you're looking forward to more content for Pokemon Pokopia via a free update and paid DLC. Next, please take a look at this.
This is the Dagdan Empire, a prosperous land ruled by the gods. The capital, Daxian, plays host to the heroic games, the winner of which is granted one wish. Powerful fighters from across the land have gathered to participate.
I have a Switch. I just don't have a Switch 2.
The story revolves around 4 heroes. Kai, a young boy determined to win the games to save his imprisoned father. Dietrich, a swordsman ever on the hunt for a stronger foe. Theodora, a queen seeking to fulfill the long-held dream of her homeland.
Do you think I should make it any louder?
Rita, a musician with her sights set on revenge. Guide
I'm
whichever
not getting
character you choose to
tactically strike
victory
yet, but-
as they weave their own unique tale.
Passed to me, blade.
Between matches, you can strengthen your forces in different ways. Hone your techniques at the training grounds.
I'm figuring it out.
Recruit new allies. Or travel beyond Daxian's walls to gain experience.
Yeah.
How you spend your free time is up to you. Combat takes the form of turn-based tactical battles. Consider your weapon's range and your unit's strengths on the battlefield. Plus, each of the 4 main characters comes with their own special techniques. By using these techniques to the fullest, you might turn the tide of battle.
Rejoice with me at the advent of the underworld.
You look upon the promised one, who will route you here and guide the living to salvation. How did it feel to upheave the world? Begone from us, the darkest dark.
Creep it down a little bit.
Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave launches September 17th. Alongside the standard edition, there will be a special edition, the Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave Dagdan Collection, that launches the same day. Please look forward to it. Let's continue with some more headlines.
Welcome to the next level of ninja battles. The first part of Ninjala 2 is sneaking onto Nintendo Switch 2. After accidentally breaking a forbidden seal, you're stranded on an uncharted planet. Overcome the dangers lurking here to safely return to Earth in this open-world action-adventure. Use
Yeah, they said it's
Ninja
50
Gum to
minutes.
freely traverse this vast world in search of clues to get back home.
So,
You can also blow a bubble to float in the air. Defeat enemies
Deltarune might be
blocking
at the
your
end,
path with
honestly.
weapons crafted from Ninja Gum. You can even summon buddies with Gum Ninjutsu to unleash
Deltarune
powerful
last time
attacks.
was partner
Additionally, up to 4 ninja
game.
can team up in local or online
so I think
multiplayer
there'll probably
to
be like a
chew
partner
through
section.
tough battles.
Likely.
The first part of Ninjala 2, The Uncharted Planet, launches exclusively on the Nintendo Switch 2 system next spring. The DK Challenge barrels in. Coming to Nintendo Switch Online on Nintendo Switch 2, the limited time DK Challenge event. Take on challenges across many Donkey Kong games available with Nintendo Classics. By completing them, you can earn and enjoy collectible digital challenge cards. And if you have Donkey Kong Bonanza, you can attempt even more challenges. Try out ones geared for beginners, or take on developer challenges for something with a bit more punch. Rediscover Donkey Kong games, play challenges, and complete your card collection. DK Challenge can be accessed via the Nintendo Switch online app on the home menu of your Nintendo Switch 2. You'll be able to barrel through these limited time challenges starting later today. Plus, in the Donkey Kong Bonanza, DK Island and Emerald Rush paid DLC, a limited time collaboration with Super Mario Bros. Is breaking through. Enjoy outfits for DK and Pauline, inspired by Mario and Luigi. Plus, there are coins, super mushrooms, question blocks, and more.
Mario game with
Experience
question
Emerald
blocks.
Rush as
Crazy.
you've never seen it before with a Super Mario Bros. Twist. This limited time collaboration event will be held in 4 waves, with the first wave beginning later today. From the creators of Vampire Survivors. The latest game from the makers of Vampire Survivors, Jujutsu Kaisen Rumble Survivathon, casts a spell onto Nintendo Switch 2. Up to 8 players can compete online for the top spot in this Survivors Royale. At the start of a match, players don't battle directly. Instead, take down enemies on your own map to earn points. Each time you earn 100 points, you can add a rule to your run, including ones that hinder other players. The match culminates in a head-to-head final battle between the top 2 players. Who will be the final survivor? More than 20 characters from the Jujutsu Kaisen series appear. Characters can be unlocked just by playing. Battle online with players near and far, or go it alone against computer-controlled opponents. Exorcise curses, dominate rivals, and rise to the top. Jujutsu Kaisen Rumble Survivathon launches on Nintendo Switch 2 this year. Are you up for the challenge in these games? Brutal, unforgiving battles storm onto Nintendo Switch 2. In a forsaken world, a looming darkness devours all in its path. Now, only one kingdom endures. Defy the will of the gods to save what remains of humanity. Master brutal melee combat, devastating sorceries, and lethal ranged attacks.
I'm betting that if Deltarune's in this,
towering
it's at the end.
abominations on your journey across the realms of the living and the dead. A hero must rise for a god to fall. Lords of the Fallen 2 launches on Nintendo Switch 2 this fall. Enter a darkly elegant world based on the story of Pinocchio in Lies of P.
Oh, Pinocchio mentioned this is a game about
Spamton. Under siege, you must fight
this is the real
rampaging
Deltarune.
mechanical puppets and seek the cause of this upheaval while confronting your own humanity. Take on enemies using customizable weapons and prosthetic arms that allow you to
It's
swap
gonna make every
between
game that
different
pops up
abilities.
about Deltarune somehow.
But know this, the lies you tell will alter your fate. Lies of P, Complete Edition, which includes Overture, a prequel expansion to the main game, launches on the Nintendo Switch 2 system August 6th. Pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo eShop. The most recent entry in the legendary Devil May Cry series is slashing its way onto Nintendo Switch 2. Play as Nero, Dante, V, and Virgil, each armed with different battle styles, as you fight off hordes of demons and epic bosses. Pull off stylish attacks, dodges, and combos with your vast arsenal of weapons and skills. Enjoy thrilling, high-octane combat at 60 frames per second in both TV mode and handheld mode. Plus,
TV mode.
additional content
Kinda
such as
mentioned.
battle tracks, character colors, and Devil Breaker weapons for Nero are included. Devil May Cry 5 Devil Hunter Edition launches on Nintendo Switch 2, June 23rd. Pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo eShop.
Enter a mystical era deep in Japan's past. 6 souls determined to forge their own destinies.
So you're looking for some runaway ninja named Kisuke?
I still have some unfinished business in this world. I shall make him pay.
Let's show him we farmers have spirit.
You've sentenced me to die 7 days from now?
I'd start repenting if I were you.
An action RPG for the ages. What fate awaits those who wield the demon blades? Muramasa, Revenant Blades.
Nintendo Switch 2 editions of these 3 Xenoblade Chronicles games are incoming. All 3 games run at 60 frames per second, with 4K resolution in TV mode or Full HD in handheld mode.
60 frames per second.
In-game cutscenes also have enhanced resolution and frame rate. Not only that, but you can travel on a high-speed vehicle in the
I thought
first
for a
game.
second that the game was just going to announce that it has swimming.
Control blades to fight mercenary squad battles in the second. And put your strength to the test against waves of enemies in the third. There's also a variety of other content added to each of the 3 games. More details will be revealed at a later date.
This is
The
a lot of
digital
reheated
version of
nachos.
Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, Nintendo Switch 2 Edition, and the Upgrade Pack will be available later today. The physical version launches on July 30th. The Nintendo Switch 2 editions of Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and Xenoblade Chronicles 3 will be available on the dates shown on screen.
3 Xenoblade Chronicles games are getting Nintendo Switch 2 editions. New features will be added to each title, so we hope you'll check them out. And a new story in the Xenoblade series is about to begin. Here are some early moments from the game.
New Xenoblade. I've never
ア
played
ニマは
Xenoblade.
世界の源であった水も火も風も世界を構成するそのすべては大地を流れるアニマが形を変えたものだったそして戦いを決するのはいつもアニマとその力を自在に振るう騎士だった
この剣の名に恥じ
It's
ぬ
very
よ
pretty.
精進します。ここがリューコス。
その石はアニマ小石。騎士の力を増幅させるだけでなく、そのものの行動や思いも刻みます。これからのあなたの学院生活のすべてがその石と共にあると思ってください。
今日の訓練は実戦を想定してのものだ。
力の使い方、なんとなく分かった気がする。
騎士って人殺しの職業で奪われた側はどう思うんだろうな
真実見つけてみない？
信仰を失った人の魂をドラゴンの炎で浄化することで罪が贖われる。
田舎貴族の限界を教えてあげる。
あいつ使えるぜ。小石なしで騎士の力。
生と死も全てはアニマと共にある。
帰るのさ、あの場所に。
さあ始まるわよ。兄上、行ってまいります。
ここは6つの太陽に照らし出された大地 そこで人々は知ることになる。破れた神の恨みが未だ晴らされてはいないこと。
Looks pretty. Will I ever play it? Probably not.
Xenoblade Genesis marks a new beginning. What kind of story do you think will be told? Please look forward to future updates. Next, please take a look at this.
Welcome to Woohoo Island, home to all kinds of sports. Coming to Nintendo Switch 2, Nintendo Switch Sports Resort, the latest game in the series.
As soon as he did
Use the Joy-Con 2
gesture.
controllers as rackets, bows, or even handles. There are 12 sports to choose from, all with intuitive motion controls. Let's go over them. Punch, guard, counter, and outmaneuver for the knockout in boxing. Make quick shots to keep your opponent on their toes in table tennis. Aim for the center of the target and let that arrow fly in archery. Enjoy rallies with different types of shots in tennis. Bump, set, and spike in volleyball. Roll the ball straight or give it a spin to strike big in bowling. Dribble, pass, and shoot to score in basketball.
Yeah,
adjust your shot's power.
I was decent
then
at
swing your
the original
club
Wii
in
Sports,
golf.
but I haven't played it since.
Battle with one thumb to hand your opponent a defeat in thumb wrestling. Ride through the course using mouse controls in skateboarding. Steer with handles and coast along the waves in power cruising. Tilt the controller and fly around freely in prop plane. Plus, you can warm up for these sports with jump rope. You can create and play as a sportsmate or Mii character. Enjoy playing all kinds of sports on Nintendo Switch 2. Nintendo Switch Sports Resort launches exclusively on the Nintendo Switch 2 system October 22nd. Pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo eShop.
Nintendo Switch Sports Resort is coming to Nintendo Switch 2. We showed all the sports included, but since we have the opportunity, let's try one of the new sports, thumb wrestling.
Before the match, let's go over the rules. Hold down your opponent's thumb for 3 seconds, and you'll win. If yours gets pinned, just shake the controller to break free.
The thrilling joys of thumb wrestling
And if you keep your thumb
in
held
the
down,
Nintendo Direct.
it'll get bigger and stronger. 3, 2, 1. You'll need this to claim victory.
Here's to a great thumb wrestling match. The thumb moves, just like this.
Round 1.
Here we go. Let's have a good match.
I like how they're really getting into
got him
thumb
right away.
wrestling.
2, 1.
Oh, they broke free. All right. Let's try this. Oh, we bumped thumbs. Oh, go, go, go. Hold it. Oh, they broke free again. You have to keep them pinned. No, wait.
There's just a whole section here that's thumb wrestling.
I was worried for a second there. Okay.
Like, okay.
Sparkle.
Sure.
And the nail got bigger. Hold on a second. That's not how it's supposed to go. It's okay. Everything is fine. My thumb returned to normal.
Still watching. We're still watching thumb wrestling.
Now let's try Oh, I got deflected.
Oh, I got deflected.
Ah, wait a minute. Ah, I lost.
I think I'm losing it.
Please wait a little longer for Nintendo Switch Sports Resort.
Thumb wrestling.
Let's move on to more headlines.
Oh, good, we're moving on.
Survive a land ruled by dragons. The world of RuneScape comes to Nintendo Switch 2.
Oh, RuneScape.
An ancient power
Cool.
has awakened on the forgotten continent of Ashenfall. Explore a land infused with magic and uncover lost secrets on your journey to face the Dragon Queen. In this survival crafting adventure, delve into the mysteries of Ashenfall amongst the ruins of fallen civilizations. On your expedition, harness the land's transformative magic to gather resources, craft gear, and build shelter. Then, step into battle, forge weapons, sharpen your skills, and face the danger that awaits.
I didn't know RuneScape was still making
Survive
other
the
games.
wilds, unveil lost secrets, and challenge dragons in RuneScape Dragon Wilds, launching on Nintendo Switch 2 September 15th. Get on board for these games. Customize your own avatar and play in the adorable world of Hello Kitty Partyland.
Hello Kitty Party.
Join the party with over 40 character-themed mini-games and
that's cute.
several board games. There are over 140
No, I think
Sanrio
if
characters
they're gonna
to
do
meet.
Deltarune, it'll be in partner games.
Plus, you can choose from 16 partner characters, collect stickers, and so much more. Hello Kitty Partyland launches exclusively on Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch October 29th.
So let's get down there and finish the job.
I think Noelle would like Hello Kitty.
Blast off
Maybe
for
Kurome.
adventure across the Lilat system with Fox McCloud and his crew.
Well done, Fox.
A battle for the fate of the galaxy begins. Star Fox launches on Nintendo Switch 2, June 25th. A free demo that includes a tutorial and one of the game's opening stages will be available later today on Nintendo eShop. Hope resonates within the crystals.
Is that the title of the game?
Get ready for the first Final Fantasy
Yeah, where's
game
the shadow
in
crystals?
HD 2D, Final Fantasy Resonance. This is Lapis, a vast world that has prospered through the power of crystals. But after the invasion of the Veritas, this once thriving world lies on the brink of annihilation. Now Rain, a knight of Grandshelt, must journey across the realm with his companions to stop the Veritas. In thrilling turn-based battles, call upon visions, iconic Final Fantasy heroes from other worlds to take down monsters. Can you uncover the truth behind the Veritas and the secrets the crystals hold?
Deltarune, please.
Final Fantasy Resonance launches on the Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch systems October 22nd. A weird, whimsical world is waiting.
Oh, I know this game.
Pikuniku returns in a new
Wait.
3D puzzle exploration adventure. What do giant
Switch
fruit, malevolent robot frogs, and
The
an
PC game was
all-powerful
really
potato
cute. I
have
actually
in
like
common?
this.
Nothing, other than a shadowy conspiracy, of course. Meet a cavalcade of curious characters, each with their own problems and puzzles to solve.
The PC game of this is actually really cute.
But beneath this seemingly happy world
lies a sinister plot to squeeze the locals for all
Finally,
their
a
work.
good game.
Time to join the resistance by using Piku's surprising abilities. Help solve the people's problems in surprising and downright oddball ways. Feeling baffled by these affable denizens? Embrace these strange encounters and bring about an ultimate understanding.
This director's got bumped
In
up a
this
level.
sequel, navigate and explore in full 3D as you discover the secrets of this vivid, colorful world. Get ready to wander, solve, and gossip in Piku Niku 2, launching on Nintendo Switch 2 next year.
Let's go.
Prepare for an all-new monster-filled adventure.
I see.
Two girls find themselves lost in the kingdom of Witherwood.
The transition to black keeps getting people every time.
There, they gain the power to turn monsters into friends.
Oh no, we can turn monsters into anime characters.
Spot a monster you fancy, scout it.
I guess we can ride.
Win it over and it'll fight by your side.
It's very British.
And that's not all. Synthesize two monsters to create more powerful allies.
I don't know. We just suddenly became British.
Now, take on the most fearsome of foes with a team that's uniquely your own. Adventure is calling, and it's monstrously fun. Dragon Quest Monsters, the Withered World.
Huh. About time you got here.
Deltarune, please. Well, if it doesn't happen, we'll get some news this month, I'm sure. It was very dramatic.
Upon the ancient blood sovereign's honor. We are monsters, each vying for blood.
Ah, you're finally here. Worthy spirit.
This is how Ram wasn't really abducted. Oh boy. That was a very
How
long
was that?
outro screen.
Next, we have more news about an upcoming treasure hunting game.
An upcoming treasure hunting game. Well, that's definitely not it.
Hey everyone, here's some fresh news about Splatoon Raiders, a new single-player focused adventure. Check out
I know
this
somebody who's
neat
gonna be
little
happy about
place,
this one.
the hideout ship out on the water. There's Deep Cut, a trio of swashbuckling musicians. And this scrappy individual, that's you. Let's call this handy youth the mechanic.
At least Rassicus is gonna be happy.
The four of them are using the hideout ship as their hub, hunting for treasure across these landmasses, the Spiralite Islands. All right, time for a quick dive. Looks like the treasure they're after is at the base of those lights. But there's a bunch of aggressive creatures called salmonids in the way. And when you get too close, they'll
Bunch of
attack
aggressive people
immediately.
just called Sandpits, yeah.
The salmonids aren't pushovers either, so you shouldn't go it alone. That's where this comes in, the Exploration Bot. A member of Deep Cut pilots it during your treasure hunts and attacks automatically. Launches you in the air for extra height. And even gets out of the bot to unleash special moves like this. You'll also get support in the form of gadgets. There's one that continuously fires ink after it's placed. Another that slices through enemies. Another that spins ink around you, and more. And the best part, you can use them together. It'd be nice if that made things easier, though.
This is pretty fun.
So to recap, do not underestimate the salmonids. Yikes, this is tougher than it looks. But
Yeah,
the
I don't know if the
salmonids
narrator
aren't
was
the
giving
only
much to
powerful
this.
ones around here. Through battles, you, the mechanic, will also get stronger by leveling up. And you can customize
Yikes.
all sorts of upgrades to fit your playstyle. Oh, looks like time's up. There are even more details to cover in the upcoming
Yeah, where's the thumb
Splatoon
wrestling?
Raiders Direct, airing on June 30th. And in the smart device app Nintendo Today, see the story events leading up to Splatoon Raiders with daily comics ahead of launch. Plus, in collaboration with this game, there's going to be a special
Deltarune people
Splatfest
should
in
really, like,
Splatoon 3. The
just
theme
stream it
looks like it's about
themselves, honestly.
Splatoon Raiders. Details will be announced here. Look out for more info in the future. Don't forget to check this out too. See ya!
See ya. Well, there's a lot of very young people.
So what
in
did you think?
Deltarune, so, you know.
Splatoon Raiders is just around the corner. We'll also be releasing new Joy-Con 2 controllers inspired by Deep Cut. We hope you're looking forward to it. Let's see some more headlines.
Oh my god. It's he. Oh shit. Yeah, we're full garden. We're full garden. Oh my god.
Awaken your
That's
power.
it? That's it? Wait! Wait!
Heed me, O kingless.
Wait a second.
Whosoever hath truly earned the greatest
that was
faith of
short.
the citizenry
Come back.
shall ascend to throne and crown by right of kings.
You guys mind if I go back?
This is the United Kingdom.
Yeah, we're watching that again. Hold on. We're gonna look at this. They did not give a date. All right, let's look at this. Hold on. So we're blooming. All right, we have weird cat, pink and yellow enemies. Are we fighting Trashy? The ball has evolved. We're fighting Newbert as Goku. And Trashy. I'm guessing this is in the dojo, if I had to guess. Yeah. We're fighting like a flower pot knight. That's what that is. What the heck is going on with the background here? Like, we have a full painting background with the knight here. Like, it's like a... It kind of looks like Shovel Knight. It might be. Okay, so... We're very Japanese themed. Yeah, like we have a full shrine, a feather. We're sliding down a Jack and the Beanstalk. Running through water. Yeah, that might be the Pen of Hope. Okay, yeah, we're full Japan for the festival. So that Famitsu art was pretty dead on. June 24th as a free update. June 24th. We got it. It's this month. This month! Let's go! That was so fast. That trailer is so short. June 24th, man. Hot damn. Yeah, the White Pen of Hope, probably. Nice. God, that trailer is so short. They must be like a lot of it must spoil, yeah. Like, I mean, this is already crazy from what we got. Also, of course, they put like these things are like pink and gold. New adventures are blooming. Yeah, we got those weird little pink and yellow enemies. Well, I mean, they show spammed an antenna, so I get the feeling. Here, actually, hold on. I'm so curious about this guy. The buckets underneath him look like flowy faces too. Also, yeah, they put spammed an antenna like immediately right after each other. Like, okay. I want. This is the attack from Omega Flowey from the Patient Soul, isn't it? The sword attack. Like the way you gotta avoid the blades is like the Patient Soul. Yeah, that's interesting. So you think we're gonna fight one of the blue, like fight the blue flower finally? Yeah. Yeah, Chris is alone here. Yeah. Interesting. I wonder if Chris will face... What's this on the side here? Hold on. There's like a little... This chapter is gonna be pretty. I think you can you can already tell from this like this little running shot like. So yeah, definitely during festival, but we're also definitely involving the flower shop. Interesting. These look like flower rudins almost, yeah. Yeah, actually we'll do frame by frame. Hold on. Toby literally popped up with a flower, and I love that he burrowed out of the ground. Holy shit. So, golden flower. Yeah, Toby's Pikmin. So, yeah, pink. So, literally like pink and gold, yeah. Yeah, we'll look at this frame by frame. So, they shoot off petals. New adventures are blooming. I do appreciate that, yeah, that that Newbert's like a good. This is like the Powerpuff Girls. Am I wrong? It's they have like the Powerpuff Girls. What if that was on purpose? Yeah, so we do Rouse explodes. I guess Rouse will explode. Yeah, we do spam Din, then Tenna immediately. They both of them like jumping forward. Yeah, okay. Which, by the way, yeah, like they did the jump for both of them. Oh, are they doing an Ocarina of Time remake? Hold on. They are. That's funny. I was a little distracted.
The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time will be reborn on Nintendo Switch 2. More details will be announced in the future, so please look forward to them.
Yeah, they really saved all the good ones for the...
That's all for today's Nintendo Direct.
Yeah, let's look at it.
Earlier this year, Devon-san was appointed...
Yeah, we'll watch the... So they had a Kingdom Hearts thing.
How was that? Next is our last announcement. Please take a look.
Long ago, there was a land called Hyrule, created by beings of supreme divinity. At the very edge of this kingdom, there lay a small forest.
They really
Within
like
it,
jam-packed
an
everything
ancient
at the end
solitary
here.
tree quietly watched over the inhabitants of the forest. These forest dwellers were called the Kokiri. Each had a fairy companion, and they lived out their innocent lives in these woods. However, there was one particular boy who did not have a fairy.
I'll watch this and then I'm probably gonna go frame by frame and analyze that the Deltarune bit.
The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time will be reborn on Nintendo Switch 2. More details will be announced in the future, so please look forward to them. That's all for today's Nintendo Direct.
That's crazy.
Earlier this year, Devon-san was appointed as the new president of Nintendo of America.
They really jam-packed everything
We'd
at
like
the
to
end.
conclude this presentation with a few words from Devon-san. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, cool. Thank you for not copyright striking my stream. Anyway.
Thank you, Koizumi-san. Hi, everyone. I'm Devin Pritchard, and after 20 years at Nintendo, one of my favorite things about gaming is still that moment I get to try something new. I watch the trailers, I hear about a game, but the moment I pick up a controller, that's when it all comes together. And for me, that's what games have always been about. Those little moments that surprise me and allow me to immerse myself in different worlds. You can read about a game, you can watch a trailer, but nothing beats seeing it for yourself. And that's a big part of what Nintendo Treehouse Live is about. Getting a closer look, hearing from the teams, and spending more time with the games themselves. So let's get to it. We've got a new Nintendo Treehouse Live ready to go, with a few games I hope you find interesting.
Probably going to...
And if you enjoyed Splatoon Raiders in today's Nintendo Direct,
Deltarune today,
this
I'm
July
probably
at
gonna end
San
this
Diego Comic-Con,
here because I
we'll
need
have the game
to-
playable on the show floor.
That's cool.
Because at the end of the day, I think the best way to understand
stuff, because that is my gig. Yeah, that is crazy. We're just like, surprise, Deltarune. It's so crazy how short it was. There was like Minecraft after it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, suddenly it is coming out in June. I think it was like a very much a I think people were right that it is summer because all the Undertale concerts are happening in September. Yeah, so all right, time to get. Oh my god, I don't even know if I'm gonna get my cactus video out in time. Okay, or my good lord, my I still need to do a recap of my Spamtana board too. Dang. Okay. Um well, happy theorizing, everybody. Time to look time to look time to look this over. You guys have fun. 2 weeks, man. Let's go.